The Rays offense sprang to life yesterday, scoring 19 runs, tying a franchise record, with 10 different players driving in at least one run. Today, Tampa Bay looks to continue the momentum in the wrap-up game from Minnesota. We welcome you to Minnesota, land of 10,000 lakes. A more accurate count, 11,842, but the folks up here are modest. Also, the baseball home of Hall of Famer Harmon Killebrew and his 573 career home runs. This will be Game 4 of this series between the Rays and the Twins. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to an afternoon of Rays baseball with Doug Wechter, Dwayne Stats. So good to have you with us. And an offensive explosion it was yesterday for the third time in franchise history. And you have to go back to 2006 for the last time it happened. The Rays scored 19 runs, 15 of those unanswered, Doug.
Well, how about that offense? This is a Rays offense that's just averaging 4 runs per game. So how did they do it? Well, you look at some of the numbers. They were 11 for 20 with runners in scoring position. Here you see some of the highlights of yesterday's game, and look who's contributing. Right off the bat, you got KK with a couple big hits. You got Malik Smith with 2 doubles yesterday. Man, and CJ Cron hitting his 19th home run to join the party. You got Gomez smiling before and after that home run for his 9th of the year. And then how about Jake Bauers? So far this entire series, but especially yesterday, 4 RBIs on the day, a couple hits. This offense is hot, Dwayne.
And in the shadow of all of those runs and extra base hits, great pitching. Kyle Snyder, the Rays' first-year pitching coach, has been outstanding in that role. Michelle Margot will take a closer look when we return.
Here at Target Field. Well, May 19th was the first day that the Rays implemented the bullpen opener concept, and it seems to be working out so far so good. Let's take a look at some of the numbers during that time. Since May 19th, the team is 28-24, using 11 different starters. And what stands out the most is that bullpen ERA, just 2.87, with opponents hitting 2.14. And a huge credit can be made to first-year pitching coach Kyle Snyder, and that has been the consensus throughout.
He just gets it. I mean, that's the one thing that I could say about him is he just really genuinely gets how to be a pitching coach and how to carry himself and how to talk to the guys. And we all have different ways to talk to us and communicate to us, and he figures it out. And I mean, he really just does it all. He's a special human, and he's a great pitching coach.
We don't have a bunch of guys that arrive in the same way. You know, I think if we were able to maintain that, I think it could be a separator going forward. But they're all unique. You know, they're all unique regarding their stuff. They're all unique regarding their approach, their pitch distribution. They get along extremely well. You know, and I think that's part of the responsibilities of pitching coaches, to be able to create that environment and. You know, where it's time to work, but it's also time to kind of create a loose atmosphere.
Kyle Snyder and Kevin Cash managing another opener and bullpen day today in this final game before the All-Star break. The Rays look to take Game 4 and split the series. First pitch between the Twins and the Rays from Target Field. Coming up after the break.
Rays baseball in store this afternoon from Minneapolis. Minnie and Paul set to take this one in, perched high above center field here at Target Field. Then we'll take a look at the starting lineups presented by your Southern Ford dealers. The Rays will have Kevin Kiermaier in that leadoff spot, playing center field, followed by Daniel Robertson at third base, and then the DH Jake Bowers. C.J. Cron hits cleanup in front of the second baseman Joey Wendell. Carlos Gomez will hit sixth. The bottom three, Malik Smith, Danny Echeverria, and Jesus Sucre will catch.
Well, doing your pitching duty today for the Twins, Fernando Romero. Here you see his numbers going in for his 11th start of the season, just 3-3 with a 4.38 ERA. He's only 23 years old. He's a power right-hander. He averages around 95 miles an hour. Big sinker, or not, excuse me, big fastball, big slider guy. 86 mile an hour on the slider. That's where he tries to go for all of his punch outs. So you'll see a good matchup today against this hard-hitting Rays lineup. Go ahead and set the defense for you. Brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. Rosario in left field, Jake Cave and Max Kepler, your right fielder. And third to first, Escobar, Polanco, Brian Dozier, Joe Mauer, and then doing the catching duty, Mitch Garver.
The Rays and the Twins wrapping up the series, playing right up to the All-Star break, which begins tomorrow, extends through Thursday. The Rays will be home on the 20th. That's Friday night. They'll open a 6-game homestand immediately following the All-Star break. And they're trying to split this 4-game series here with Minnesota. Rays dropped the first 2 games 5-1, 11-8, and 19 runs of offense yesterday in that 19-6 win. 10 players with 1 or more runs batted in, a franchise record.
How about the fact that they were 11 for 20 with runners in scoring position? That's probably my favorite stat of the entire day yesterday.
Yeah, those 5 runs in consecutive innings, you have to go back to the 20s to get a comparable reading. First pitch of this game, Kiermaier goes after it and lofts a high fly ball into left, and Rosario out there makes the catch. So Kiermaier not waiting around, going after that first pitch.
No, absolutely not. I mean, after putting up 19 runs yesterday, let's get right back out there. These guys are running up to the plate right now, ready to swing.
There's Daniel Robertson. Robertson, a late entry into the game yesterday, but he did get into the act with a base hit in the 9th inning, an RBI and a run scored. He goes after the first pitch and lines to right, caught by Kepler. So 2 pitches, 2 outs here to begin this one.
Oh yeah, coming out very aggressive, obviously, are the Rays. Robertson, struggling a bit as of lately, only 1 for his last 13, so he wants to go out there and he's pretty anxious to be able to get a hit here.
Well, Jake Bowers, look at these numbers now in this series for Jake. 7 of 14, a couple of home runs. He scored 4 runs yesterday and shortens on the bat to take a pitch, and that's a strike. 86 degrees under clear skies. Oh, 2. Fernando Romero out of the Dominican Republic, just 23 years old, and rejoining the Twins here. He was with them earlier. Split time between the big club and the minor leagues. Tap foul. Now it remains a ball, 2 strikes.
Boy, a lot to like about Romero. Young 23-year-old power right-hander. He's got that big arm, averaging around 94, 95 miles an hour.
And it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. And they originally signed him in 2012. A little ground ball to the right side. That's Dozier in the middle on the right side of that shift, and Bowers is out of there. 3 up, 3 down. Go the Rays. Bottom of the first coming. Four dealers for Minnesota. Joe Mauer will lead it off, followed by Eddie Rosario, then Brian Dozier. Eduardo Escobar hits cleanup. Jorge Polanco, the shortstop, 5th. Max Kepler in right, hitting 6th in front of the DH Robbie Grossman. Jake Cave will hit 8th. Number 9 hitter will be the catcher, Mitch Garver.
Well, how about Ryan Stanek so far this year? Looking strong, especially as the opener. Really turned the corner ever since he started moving in between the opener role and every once in a while going back into the back end of that bullpen.
First pitch is a strike to Mauer.
You see some of the opens right here. Look at that. 10 of his 11 opens have actually been held scoreless. Only given up 2 runs so far in 11 outings as the opener.
Yeah, his earned run average overall is 193 as an opener, 1.08. Tap to the left side, over in front of it, Echeverria, and the throw a bit high, but Crone is there to corral it.
Go ahead and set the Rays defense for you this afternoon. Brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. Left to right, Malik Smith, Kevin Kiermaier, and Carlos Gomez. And third to first, Robertson, Hechavarria, Joey Wendell, C.J. Crone, your first baseman, and then Jesus Tucre doing your catching duty.
Here's Rosario. 19 home runs to go with that 307 average. Coming off a 3-hit game yesterday. And he swings through that 98-mile-per-hour fastball. That's about where that fastball sits. 97.8, 98. He has on numerous occasions topped 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, people refer to that as gas. This guy throwing heat. Yeah, he averages right around 98 miles an hour, but that split finger and the secondary pitches are really what has come along a lot this way. The slider and the split finger has really helped him elevate his game so far this year.
Yeah, the cut and a miss right there. I'll tell you, a guy throws 98 average and then can come back with that.
Yeah, I mean,
for the difficult at bat.
Right, it justifies the numbers that we just saw. I mean, he's been virtually unhittable in the openings that he's done, you know, in the 11 so far this year.
Fly ball lifted into left from Alex Smith, who makes the catch. So a ground ball and a fly ball, 2 up, 2 down. Now Brian Dozier. Dozier with strong power numbers again. 15 home runs and 43 runs batted in. Hitting 228 overall. No ball, no strikes. It's in there for a strike.
Well, there you see it. The difference of Ryan Stanek this year to last. He falls behind last year. He keeps pumping the fastball. He falls behind this year. Throws an 89-mile-an-hour slider with good depth on the outer half. Tough to sit on anything right now.
And that pitch is down. 2-1. Stanek in the game here on Friday. He faced Escobar, Polanco, and Kepler. Picked up a couple strikeouts of Polanco and Kepler. Dealing with Dozier right now. 2 outs, bases empty. And that's a fastball wide. 3-1. Stanek's parents had an opportunity to come up from Overland Park, Kansas, and so they've seen him work in this series.
It's got to be a thrill for them. Ryan having a good outing on Friday, going out there striking out the 2 or 3 batters that he faced.
Foul back. Got a little clarification on the naming of Stanek Ryan. from Ryan Sandberg, although his parents were from St. Louis and diehard Cardinal fans.
Oh, really?
Loved Ryan Sandberg, and his dad told me that he hated all the other Cubs except for Ryan Sandberg.
Rooted against the rest of the Cubs.
Loved him so much that he named his son Ryan Stanek. And a swing and a miss. That takes care of Minnesota in the first. 1, 2, 3 they go. Rays and the Twins scoreless.
Between the Twins and the Rays. Well, some unfortunate news for catcher Wilson Ramos. He was diagnosed with that left hamstring strain yesterday, and he is going to be headed to the disabled list, which means that he's not going to be available to play in the All-Star game this week. Obviously, he is super bummed, and manager Kevin Cash said it's likely that he's going to miss some significant time, but Ramos did make the right decision. And as for today, they're taking a chance with carrying just one catcher in Jesus Sucre, but in an emergency situation, CJ Cron will be the backup catcher, as he caught in both high school and college, and that is why he's not DHing today. Guys.
All right, thank you very much. And CJ Cron leading off here in the second inning with a count of 1-1. Now the Rays without another catcher on their 40-man roster.
Right.
So it becomes a challenge.
Well, there's going to be some decisions being made over All-Star break. Obviously, and hear the news of Wilson Ramos, just kind of heartbreaking, because you know how bad he wanted to play in Washington. Go back there fully healthy.
It was a perfectly scripted all-star story for him. Ground ball. That's Dozier on the shortstop side. The second baseman throws out Cron.
Yeah, you see the numbers that he's put together so far this year, and really no other catcher is even close.
That's right.
Offensively.
You're absolutely right
and
about that.
It's almost like you just want to go out to the All-Star game and show off what you've done. And I know he's going to be there either way, but would have been great seeing him back behind the plate.
Joey Wendell takes a pitch upstairs. His average up to 280. He has been swinging a hot bat, picking up some big hits. Ground ball to the right side. That's Dozier making the play. Dozier's been busy here in the last three hitters. Bowers hit the ground ball to him to end the top of the first. Now Cron and Wendell grounding out to Dozier. There's Carlos Gomez.
How about the highlight of Carlos Gomez hitting that home run yesterday?
There's always something going on with him.
He was smiling. Look at this, smiling before the pitch. Like, hey, come on, just throw it in here. This is where I want it. And it's going to go about 396 feet.
Pitch is down to Gomez, 1-0.
You know, that's the first time I've ever seen a hitter smile before the pitch is coming.
Yep. I'm not sure if the smile was bigger before or after the at bat started. Foul ball off his foot, 1-1. Interesting discussions about what happened in that ninth inning when Astudillo came in to pitch, and there was talk about the fact that he actually threw the ball too hard.
Right. A lot of times when you get a position player in there, they're lobbing it in around 60 miles an hour. That's under the hitting speed, is what they call it. And you got a guy in Astudillo yesterday went out there and throwing around 83, 85 miles an hour. That's like BP speed for these guys. So I mean, they were sprinting up to the plate ready to hit.
Ground ball headed into center field, out of the reach of Polanco, and Gomez is aboard. He picks up the first hit of the game.
Gomez 2 hits yesterday on a 4 RBI day, continuing to increase his batting average. Here you see it, slider away, goes up the middle with it, beating the shift.
Now Gomez is now 10 of his last 19. It's been a disappointing first half in a number of ways, and he continues to play an aggressive game, whatever he's doing. Running the bases, fielding, hitting.
Nothing is half speed.
There's Malik Smith takes a big cut, goes down to one knee. Malik's hitting .279. Rays facing Fernando Romero today. This is wide, 1-1. We mentioned he started his career in the Twins organization in 2012, had Tommy John surgery in 2014, in June of 2014. It's a foul out of play, 1-2, came back from that. And then last year was shut down at the middle of August with a shoulder issue. And he's been up and down between the minors and with the Twins this year. Ground ball by the mound, and that's going to slip through. Gomez will go to third. Cave makes the pickup. Now Malik Smith got that one through the infield, and the Rays set up men at first and third with 2 outs.
Boy, here you're going to see Romero actually hit his spot. He threw this ball exactly where he wanted to. A 96-mile-an-hour fastball up in the zone, trying to finish off Malik Smith, and not able to. Malik's doing really a good job at the plate recently. You know, obviously 3 hits yesterday and a couple doubles. So he's seeing the ball well, able to jump on top of that pitch.
Well, Adedi Echeverria will be the hitter. The one spot in the lineup yesterday that did not drive in a run, but he had 3 hits and scored 3 runs. And a chance to be the first to drive in a run today.
Well, when you got 19 runs on the board, he produced somehow.
Yes.
Whether he didn't drive it in, that's fine. He still was up there doing damage at the plate.
Well, you extend innings, turn that lineup over, and in his case, score 3 times. It's 96 in off the plate. 1-1.
Boy, such an easy delivery too by Romero. I mean, if we didn't have the radar gun up there, it looked like he was just playing catch, maybe around 88, 90 miles an hour. And you actually see what he's throwing. It's pretty impressive.
It's fouled out of play. So the Rays shortstop down in the count, 1-2. Romero retired the first 5 men he faced before giving up back-to-back singles to Carlos Gomez and Malik Smith. pitch is up and in. 2-2.
Well, so far today, Romero struggling to find the release point on that slider. He's thrown a couple backup sliders so far. See if that'll become a trend.
And a little tapper right there. Alex Smith was off with that 2-2 delivery. So he'll retrace his steps. Two, and there's a base hit into right. That will get Gomez home. Alex Smith better get going. I'll tell you, he was taking it easy between second and third, and suddenly Kepler realized that he might have a play on him.
Yeah, really interesting to see. First of all, it was a great hit by Hechavarria. Hetch doing a great job going the opposite direction with this ball. See outside corner pitch, it was around 95. Able to drive it to right field. Seeing the ball really well, and Smith was on the move, and here you'll see him in the picture. He slowed down almost like he thought it was being caught. He had to switch it back into fourth gear and get to third base.
Winds up at third, but a little shaky there. The RBI for Hechavarria. Here's Sucre, and here's a base hit the other way for Sucre, and Malik Smith trots home. Hechavarria advances to second, and the Rays have put together 4 consecutive hits with 2 outs, and they have a 2-0 lead.
Well, Sucre continuing the aggressiveness that we're seeing from this Rays lineup, going up there swinging early. Romero gives him something to hit. First pitch, and again, second hit in a row that he went to right field. See a good look of it. And Romero just catching too much of the plate. That's pretty much center cut, and Sucre doing a good job throwing it up to right.
Well, a couple of ground ball outs, and the Rays have put together 4 hits and 2 runs, and Malik's has lost Florida.
There.
I mean, Florida's been around his neck all year.
Yeah.
And
there it is. Yeah, it was in the clay. They had to find it. There you go.
So, I mean, well, that'll break your momentum for sure if you lose Florida.
Yeah, had to go back out there and grab it.
Kiermaier with a big cut. A little piece of that one foul. Well, RBI singles by Hechavarria and Sucre. I don't know that I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I agree.
You stop because you lose a
well,
little jewelry.
I don't know if he was stopping because of that. I don't know why he was stopping, but maybe that's the case, and you see him right there. You got the All-Star break to fix it, I guess, right?
One strike, the count to Kiermaier. It's 1-1. Kiermaier went after the first pitch he saw leading off the game and hit the fly ball to Rosario and left. 2 men on with 2 runs home. 4 consecutive singles getting the job done in this inning. And it's 1-2. You're getting the first 2 outs and giving up 4 straight hits. That brought Garvin Alston, the pitching coach, out there to pay Romero a little visit.
Especially after what we saw yesterday. Obviously, you don't want Romero getting into a funk against these Rays, knowing how hot they are at the plate.
Ground ball, right side. That's going to slip through. Hechavarria heads to the plate. The throw will not be in time. The Rays make it A 3-0 ball game with 5 consecutive singles, and Kiermaier drives in the run.
Well, how about this? 3rd straight hit to right field. This one off the lefty Kiermaier. You see him try to go inside, just gets too much of the plate, and Kiermaier does a good job sneaking that by Mauer, picking up the RBI.
5 consecutive hits, 3 runs home. The first driven in by Echeverria, then Sucre, now Kiermaier. Kevin at first, Sucre at second. Here's Robertson, Daniel Robertson in the batter's box. Takes a pitch down.
Well, Robertson, you know, one of those guys who's been so important to this Rays team the first half, doing everything defensively. He had to pick up for Echeverria when he went down with an injury.
Pitch is too low, 2-0. Now the Rays yesterday were 11 for 20 with runners in scoring position, and they're doing the job again today here in the 2nd inning. 5 consecutive 2-out hits, and the Rays have a 3-0 lead. Two 2-0 the count on Robertson. And that's a strike on the inside edge. 2-1. Now 3-1. Robertson, and a very good count here. And he hits it on the ground to second. And the throw to first will take care of the Rays. But they come up with 3 runs on 5 straight hits to lead 3-0. To you by WB Mason. Who but WB Mason, the official office supply company of the Tampa Bay Rays. By Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
How awesome is that shot right there?
Our director, Gary Nicholas, at the helm.
Oh, yeah. Boy, you saw right at the end, they were taking some bumps. They were about to lose it.
Well, Alex Smith out there in the left. No necklace. There's Escobar taking the first pitch for a strike. Eduardo Escobar, then Polanco and Kepler due up. It's foul the other way. Well, the Rays start this day 49 and 46. They're trying to get to the 50 mark in wins at the All-Star break. You would not have had many takers coming out of spring training.
Boy, just
saying that the Rays had a shot at 50 wins by the All-Star break.
The conversations that were going on right at the start of spring training.
There were people saying this team might not win 50 games all year.
Right, all year.
Yeah.
All year. It is absolutely incredible where this team is right now. And there's a big reason right there on your screen. Kevin Cash doing such a fantastic job this first half.
You know, when you think about this ball club this year and what they've done in the past, and I still think that stretch of 4 postseasons in 6 years in the American League East, that's an incredible baseball story, incredible sports story, and something to be very proud of that this franchise accomplished that.
Well,
and to do what they've done so far this year and put together not only what you've seen on the field, but you know, they have obviously the athletic ability, but the mindset of this group has been extraordinary.
How about the fact that we started this year against Boston, what were we, 1-8?
Yeah, 1-8 start.
Yeah, you know, with a really young team. We had, what, 3-4 starters breaking out of spring training. We had a lot of things that could have gone really sideways at that point. And now we see ourselves going for 50 wins at the All-Star break.
Well, and you start the year with 4 starters, the idea of 4 starters and then a bullpen day. And then you went to, well, we have 3 starters, then 2. I mean, they just kept going by the wayside.
Yeah.
One after another.
Boy, Cash can do it all. He just ran up, got the sunglasses too. I mean, he's always available.
Yes, Escobar. Well, that comes from his catching background.
That's right.
You know, those guys.
Yep.
I mean, they are the one guy that position, catching position, with everything in front of them. They see everything.
You know, one thing I love about Cash, a lot of things that you can love about this guy, but the one thing that is so cool, he still throws batting practice every single day. Name me another manager in the big leagues that goes out there and throws batting practice to his club.
There's Polanco. Ball, no strikes. A couple strikeouts for Stanek. He made 13 pitches in the first, up to 20 now in this stint. This is pulled up the right side. That's a fair ball on the line and touched by a fan as it bounded toward the stands. That'll be a double for Polanco.
Well, Polanco coming in on a 5-game hitting streak, obviously seeing it really well. 4th double of the season. There you see it. This is really the first mistake we've seen from Stanek. And we've been talking about the split finger and how good it has been recently. This one, unfortunately, staying up in the zone, and Polanco able to turn on it, just keeping it fair. Fan clanked it right in the hands, Dwayne. So close.
Here's Kepler. And he sends a high fly ball deep to right. Gomez on the track. He's going to make the catch. Polanco will head to third after the catch on the tag. Long fly ball there by Kepler. And Gomez made the catch on the track.
Well, you see where the flags are blowing here, and you know, off the bat, It looks like it's going to get caught up in some wind and possibly get out of the park. Kepler hit that a ton. Gomez doing a great job of tracking it down, finding the wall, making the catch.
When you go to the alley there, it's 365, but the wall is 23 feet high. Now Robbie Grossman, the designated hitter. There he go. He checked in time. James Hoy down at third. Says he held up. Foul ball bounce up, hits him in the back.
You wonder with Stanek, you know, in these openers, and he's been so successful at it. Wonder if he's ever going to be able to kind of extend it more to 3 innings and possibly even into 4. I mean, right now he's been so dominant, but it's typically been the 2 innings that he's gone.
And when he went to AAA, it really was to develop those off-speed pitches a little more, and so he has a full complement now.
Right.
To go with the fastball, the slider, and the split. There's a base hit off a fastball. The run will score. Grossman a big turn, and he'll get back to first. Ball loose on the infield, and it's Stanek who makes the retrieval on that after it had skipped by Echeverria.
Yeah. Boy, Stanek, I think, barehanded that ball. And here you see it. You know, Grossman sees a fastball up 99 miles an hour, drives it right back up the middle. So hard to get on top of a pitch coming in that hard. And then Kiermaier going full speed toward right field, sending it back in toward second.
Well, you know, Grossman was on 4 times in the game Friday. Didn't start yesterday, but entered as a pinch hitter, got a base hit then. And a hit his first time up in this game today. There's a strike to Cave. And the Rays get some action. Hobie Milner, who just joined the club today, the left-hander. Rays looking for some fresh arms. Following Archer yesterday, they used 4 pitchers, Castillo, Caleri, Schultz, and Romo, and used 5 pitchers in the game Friday, including Stanek, who worked the 8th inning, picked up a couple strikeouts in that one. Now he has Cave out in front. Boy, that is such a difficult pitch when you've seen 98, 99, and then here comes that thing way out in front. Take a look.
Yeah, not to mention his 98, 99 is up. So typically when you're pitching up and you're expanding the zone vertically, you're going down with the off-speed pitch, and that's exactly what you saw with that split finger. I mean, filthy movement with the depth of that pitch.
It's foul back.
And there you see the combination going back up top of the zone. And when you're throwing 97, it's just so hard to catch up to that.
Milner. And that pitch is too high. 2-2. Stayed up that time. And a cut and a miss. So that takes care of Cave and the Twins. They score 1, and at the end of 2, 3-1 Rays. Of 2, the Tampa Bay Rays invite you to attend the Zubaz Palooza when the Rays get home Friday, July 20th. For just $25, you'll get a press level ticket for the Citrus Series matchup and a pair of Rays themed Zubaz pants. Third inning underway with Jake Bauers taking the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-1. 29 pitch inning in the second for Romero, who made only 8 pitches in the first. There's a strike, 1 and 2. Bauers, Crone, and Wendell coming up for the Rays in the third. Ground ball by the mound. It's Polanco on the first base side of second, handling that. So it's a 6-3 out of the defensive shift. C.J. Crone playing first base today. And as you heard Michelle earlier, playing first just in case something would happen where he would have to go behind the plate.
Well, I'm sure he's rooting for Sucre to go all 9.
That's a strike.
Wonder when the last time he put some catcher's gear on.
And of course, Daniel Robertson has said he's available.
Yeah, oh, he can do it all.
Yeah, he's
seen him pitch this year. He was actually throwing a lot of strikes when he was on the bump.
0-2 here on Crone. He homered in the 8th inning of yesterday's game. His 19th home run of the year.
How about the first half he's had?
Yep.
We just always said, or we've always heard, that if you give this guy at bats, he has the potential to get locked in and do some really good things up at the plate. You see it in his power numbers already.
Well, here's the home run yesterday.
Right. You know, this is the second home run we've seen Crone hit. That's a slider. That's actually a really good pitch. That slider was down in the zone. He went down and got it. Just showing off his strength.
And there's a little popper on the infield. Going to be picked up by the pitcher who got back there, but not in time. How about that for Crone?
Right. Talking about his strength. Then he gets an infield hit. Here you see it. Actually, broken bat single. I mean, you couldn't have placed this any better. And with the English on the ball, spun away from Romero, and he wasn't able to pick it up.
The exit velo, 39 miles per hour off the bat. So what that is, that's below fielding speed.
That's exactly right. That's what it is.
And the pitcher had to retreat. It wasn't hit far enough so that the shortstop could make the play on it. Here's Wendell. And Crone takes off. The pitch is down. The throw is high, but they get the tag anyway. And Crone, who took off, is caught stealing.
Well, you wonder if that's a missed sign, because C.J. Crone, not known for his wheels, and obviously we haven't seen him trying to take too many bags this year. So I wonder if it was possibly a hit and run. You see it. Got a decent jump, actually. It was almost in there.
And the Rays actually wanted internally to review that call and decide that they'll just stick with the call and,
well, what a tag.
Not challenge.
Well, that was a great tag right there.
Yes, on the way down.
Right.
On the high throw. Well, Wendell bounces it to first. Glove by Maurer. And the Rays are out in the third through 2.5. It's 3-1 Tampa Bay. Coming, and the Rays have this 3-1 lead. This is the latest addition to the Rays. Hobie Milner acquired from the Phillies. The Rays optioned Who back to Durham, and have acquired Milner, who just joined this team. Made 10 appearances with the Phillies, and that ERA at 7.71 in short relief. He had an abbreviated outing and gave up a lot of runs. And you saw the other corresponding move. Ron Weber designated for assignment. And Milner at 6'2", 165 pounds.
Yeah.
27-year-old lefty out of Fort Worth. Went to the University of Texas. And he faces Mitch Garver.
165 pounds.
1 ball, no strikes. Well, that looks about right.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty thin.
One ball, 1 strike. It's 1-2. Milner was up with the Phillies for part of last year. Made 37 appearances in short relief with a 2.01 earned run average. Two, Kittredge up in the bullpen. And we have a full count. 3-2.
You see Kittredge used already in this series. He pitched on Friday. Went over 2 innings, 2+ innings.
This one is foul back. Joe Mauer will be next, and then Rosario due up. There's got a couple left-handed hitters to follow Garver. And the breaking ball, they checked in time, and he walks Garver.
Milner trying to go in there with a sweeping breaking ball. Wasn't able to get him to bite.
So Garver's aboard. Stanek worked 2 innings, gave up a couple hits and a run, 3 strikeouts. 31 pitches, 21 for strikes. And here's a breaking ball into Joe Mauer, strike 1. Well, company for Kittredge, Castillo is up. Pitch is wide, now 1-1. And a bit wide there, just missed.
You wonder where that did miss. Looked like a pretty good pitch. Fastball coming behind a couple of those sliders from Milner.
And a foul ball, 2-2. Milner's father, Brian, was a catcher. Played professional baseball and made it to the big leagues briefly in the late 70s with the Toronto Blue Jays. A 2-2 count. And a wave and a miss. He strikes out Mauer. That after the leadoff walk.
Well, you can see why Milner can be so hard on left-handers with that delivery. Really coming low angle. Able to sweep it away from lefties. Here you see Joe Mauer has such good idea on that strike zone, but not able to hold up on that pitch. Great pitch right there. Great slider by Milner.
Rosario. It's a cut, misses, strike one. Reaching for that one. It's a no ball, 2-strike count.
You see Rosario bailing out on that slider. So hard to pick up right now for Milner.
A little tapper up the first base side. The count is still 2 strikes. A little wide there. Well, the fastball, curveball, and that fastball in the upper 80s, 89, 90. It's foul back. Curveball mid to upper 70s. Ahead of Rosario here, 1-2. And he gets him reaching. So he could not resist, and Rosario chases that one. So a couple of strikeouts after the walk, and here comes Kevin Cash. Brian Dozier's right-handed bat is due up. And so Milner departs with a couple strikeouts and a base runner behind him. Call to the bullpen brought to you by the Florida Lottery. Jackpot scratch-offs from the Florida Lottery. A new spin on a classic. They're loaded with prizes from $10,000 to $2 million. So unleash the excitement anytime. The Florida Lottery. It's your ticket. Claim it. Well, the Rays go to the bullpen. The call goes out for the right-hander Kittredge. Andrew Kittredge making his 16th appearance.
Here you see, already pitched in this series, going 2 1/3 innings a couple days ago. 14 punch outs on the year, 21 innings.
And he spent time at Durham refining an off-speed pitch to go with that fastball slider combo.
Yeah, I will say, actually, the slider looked really good when he was out here on Friday. Thought that was one of the best I've seen it. See if he can bring it in today.
Brian Dozier struck out against Stanek in the first inning. And he takes that slider down. 1 ball, no strikes. And now Yarborough's up in the bullpen. That's a strike call. Stanek for 2, Milner for 2/3 of an inning. Popped up, that will carry into the seats, and it's 1-2.
See the combination slider fastball from Kittredge, able to get it up to 93, 94 times, but it's really that slider that he likes to pitch off of.
And he tends to use that more than the fastball. And we did see the other day, I think, 1 changeup from him. It's a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
Nice block right there by Sucre. Obviously pointing right before the pitch, knowing that he's trying to get Kittredge to throw that slider down in the zone, anticipating the ball might be in the dirt, and well, here you see it. Nice job sliding over, getting his body in front of it.
One hopper to short. Echeverria takes it to second. DeWindle for the force, and we go to the 4th inning. Rays 3, Minnesota 1. We go back to last season at Target Field, and Steven Souza Jr. being Steven Souza Jr.
Yes.
Coming up just a little short on the attempt at that dive in right center field.
I'm pretty sure I was watching the telecast there, and BA stated that he had just as much of a chance to catch that ball from the phone or from the broadcast booth as Souza Jr. did. Classic.
Unfortunately, BA did not dive out of the booth
No,
after it.
very fortunate for that.
1-0 the count on Carlos Gomez. Big cut and a foul ball there. 1-1. Rays facing Fernando Romero, 23-year-old right-hander. Now the bunt. Romero with the pickup, and the throw to first is going to be in time. Gomez trying to bunt his way aboard. Instead is out number 1.
Well, actually, I like this from Gomez because you got your third baseman in Escobar playing way back. The only problem was he didn't bunt it close enough to the third base line. Here you see it. And a great job by Romero. This is a very hard play, honestly, because the ball's still rolling. So for a pitcher to have to pick it up while it's still rolling and then pretty much throw sidearm toward first base and get it off, it's a very athletic play.
There's Malik Smith going after the first pitch and punching that one into center field. He'll make a big turn and hang on. Cave makes the throw back toward the infield, and Malik's is 2 for 2 in this game.
Boy, continuing to stay hot. 3 hits yesterday, 2 hits already today. You found an off-speed pitch up in the zone from Romero.
I think he was even quicker getting down the line without Florida.
There, he might have been. He absolutely might have been. There you see it. Coming right out of the box. He's actually probably thinking 2 if that gets by the outfielders.
Here's Echeverria. He's back in. Danny Echeverria drove in a run with a base hit. He opened the scoring in that 3-run second inning for the Rays, driving in Carlos Gomez. Rays did all of that with 2 outs. They put together 5 consecutive hits. To the backside of the bag. Malik's back in. And Romero wants a new baseball. Lifted into right. Kepler will go back to catch it. That's the second out. Malik Smith heads back to first. Well, Echeverria single in a run back in the second inning, going the other way. Skies out to Kepler here in the 4th. And with 2 gone, Jesus Sucre bats. A 1-ball, no strike count. Two and 0.
Nice job right there by Sucre. Holding off on that off-speed pitch down in the zone. Pretty tough pitch from Romero. Slider on the outer half.
Ground ball headed toward the middle, and that one will get through into center field. Malik's heads for third. They're going to make a play there, and he beats the throw in. Sucre 2 for 2, and Malik's winds up going to third. It's first and third.
Great job here by Sucre, finding himself in a good count. Here it's 2-0, gets a fastball right down central. Gets it right back up the middle through the shift. You see Malik Smith hustling, little hesitation, then getting to third base. Jay Cave almost launched this ball into the dugout from center field. So good job by Sucre. 2 for 2 today.
And back to the top of the order, Kevin Kiermaier here in the 4th inning, up for the 3rd time. A big cut in the miss, strike 1. Romero started the year in the minor leagues and came up, made his major league debut on the 2nd day of May, and pitched 5 2/3 of 4-hit no-run baseball against Toronto. That's fouled out of play. And went back to the minor leagues at the end of May, and now back. He's rejoining the Twins. It's a ball, 1-2. So he's been up and down. He was last in the big leagues on the 22nd of June against Texas. Gave up 4 runs in 6 innings. And he misses wide, 2-2. The Rays with a 2-out threat here. They did all the damage in the 2nd inning with 2 outs when they scored 3. To add to a 2-run lead here. Kiermaier yesterday drove in a couple runs, had 2 hits, including a bunt hit. And a tap foul again.
Seen some good at-bats being put together here by the Rays. Romero already up to 61 pitches, not even through the 4th inning.
Two, and this one fouled just outside of third, behind Malik Smith. Rays scored the 3 runs in the 2nd on 5 hits, had a base hit by Crone in the 3rd. Now a couple hits here in the 4th inning. And Kiermaier getting time granted. And a cut and a miss. Kiermaier out on strikes. The Rays lead 2, and they lead 3-1.
there is a consensus across the entire organization about how good of a job that first-year Major League pitching coach Kyle Snyder has done with this young ball club. And in fact, I was talking with Nathan Evaldi, and he said how there was nobody more right to come into this role. He said when names were getting thrown around for the job, everybody was hoping that it was going to be Snyder who got the job. But then, of course, Blake Snell, who's worked with Snyder since he was just 18 years old, just got named to his first All-Star team. And Blake said verbatim, I'd be having a lot more trouble this year if it weren't for Kyle. And that's saying a lot, guys, just because of how dominant Snell has been. Snyder really has played a role in this team's success this season.
Yeah, well, he's just 40 years old. He's the youngest pitching coach in the major leagues, and was pretty well acquainted with a number of the young Rays pitchers from his time in the minors. And so here he is, and boy, he has done a great job here.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most important things to know, that he's come up with a lot of these guys through the minor league system, you know, been there for him in A-ball, AA, AAA, and now in the big league level. And there's a trust factor that you earn over time. And Snyder obviously has that trust factor from the entire staff, Tampa Bay Rays.
Cut and a miss by Escobar. Kittredge down here. He finished the third, opening the fourth. Pitch is popped up and a foul ball headed out of play. Yeah, when you look at the young arms on this staff, and Michelle talked about how Blake Snell is such a big fan of Kyle Snyder, and there are more than a handful of young pitchers. How about that attempt behind the back, but right there on the first base side of second is Echeverria to make the play, and Escobar is out of there. Blake Snell, a big fan, but you know, Matt Andrees had exposure to him at the minor league level. So did Ryan Standing, who pitched today. Austin Pruitt, who's been up between AAA and the Rays. So any number of these young pitchers. Ryan Yarborough, who's
I was gonna say,
throwing in the bullpen right now.
Yarborough, Chirinos, who's now, yeah. I mean, all these guys. When you think about it, I mean, going into this series, we had 7 rookies in the bullpen.
Yep.
Which is insane. Then you look at what we've been doing. I mean, so 7 rookies in the bullpen, and look at the bullpen ERA. I mean, that is ridiculous. You know, these guys, nobody's told them that they are not supposed to be putting up those kind of numbers, you know, this young. And a lot of that is Kyle Snyder. He keeps them so comfortable. He gets them in positions to win, but he's able to recognize the small things in deliveries to make the adjustment.
1-1 count to Polanco. It's fouled back, and it's now 1-2.
You know, to me, a great pitching coach is able to look at a delivery and not have to overhaul 2, 3, 4 different things to get what he wants. Instead, if he sees 2 or 3 things wrong, he'll go and change something subtly, right? And it'll improve the 2 things that he needs to. And Kyle Snyder is absolutely one of those pitching coaches. You know, it reminds me of like a Joe Coleman or a Chuck Hernandez.
Yeah.
You know, both those guys remind me of that too. And Dick Bosman, when I worked with Dick Bosman, he had that same talent. You know, and it's impressive that he's able to do it, only 40 years old, and the rapport he has with all the players.
And he's pretty even keel.
Oh, yeah.
And you hear communication thrown around quite a bit in this game. And he has that ability. Great communication skills. There's a strike called, and Polanco is the second out here of the inning. So Kittredge gets the first 2. And they have Max Kepler and his left-handed bat due up. And Kevin Cash is out to make the pitching change. So an inning for Kittredge. Call to the bullpen brought to you by the Florida Lottery. The Geico great moment.
That's
Doug
the great
Rector
moment, huh?
attacking the bludgeon of beef. And it did not stand a chance because
That's
that
how I
face,
felt.
he was very serious and readily disposed of that 51-ounce bludgeon of beef.
Well, I was through 50 ounces, and then you guys told me that I got to clean off the bone, and that's my Todd Callis impression right there. There it is.
There.
Me and TK finish it up. If you notice, I'm very pasty white in that picture, sweating bullets. I mean, that it was not. It was a tough morning, Dwayne.
Well, great job, though.
I had a meat migraine. Is what I would classify that as. Yeah.
But you have survived to tell about it.
I have not eaten anything since then.
And you won't need to over the entire All-Star break.
I'm typically a breakfast guy. Cruised right through breakfast. Doubt I'm going to eat anything on the plane.
Yeah, they have great beef sandwiches on the plane.
You know, I thought it was a great idea until the steak came out, honestly. And then I started second guessing. And my theory on going through it, because I did take it down, right? My theory on going through it was big bites as fast as I can early. And it worked until about 3/4 of the way through it. And then I just felt like my face was going numb. And, I just was rethinking every decision I made.
You hit the beef wall.
Oh. And it felt like that steak jumped up and punched me right in the face. It was a tough one. Oh, there we go.
But you persevered. Nice go.
The boys in the truck making me.
Yeah, how about one of those now?
No, thank you. Somebody offered me a hamburger earlier today. I almost, I'll just say I didn't feel good about it.
Ron Yarbrough on the hill has fallen behind Kepler on to face this left-handed hitter with 2 outs and the base is empty. 3-1 the count and 3-1 the score. That is ball 4, and he didn't miss by much. So a 2-out walk.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Bludgeon of beef. Aftermath. Thank you guys for putting that photo up. That is not my best. 1 notch. So the 1 notch, that basically I went up 1 notch in my belt, and that is a serious thing. I did actually have to go up 1 notch today, and then no repeat performance. There is absolutely no chance I am going to go to Manny's next year in Minnesota and take on that bludgeon after the way I felt waking up today. 51 ounces. This is the embarrassing part of it.
Yes.
So, right off the top of my head, I don't know how many ounces are in a pound.
16?
And, well, yeah, I know now. But,
okay.
I didn't want to look it up because I didn't want to intimidate myself going into this thing. And they kept saying 51 ounces. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll look it up after.
There's 1-1 to count here. Or 0-2. Beg your pardon, a swing. A little piece of that one foul by Grossman. So it's a 2-strike count. Well, it was an impressive performance.
Yeah. You know what's funny is I've gotten more people come up to me today saying they were impressed by my appetite and impressed by what I've done. And I really, that's more praise than I got when I was playing.
This one, did he go? He did not. Now it's a ball and 2 strikes. Rays scored 3 in the 2nd inning, and Minnesota picked up a run in the 2nd. That's been it to this point. 2-run ball game. Grossman takes another one low. 2-2. Left-handed hitter. Cave on deck. And a cut and a miss. He strikes out Grossman, leaving a runner aboard. And we're going to head to the 5th. 3-1 Rays. Rays lineup today will lead off. Robertson, Bowers, and Crone facing the 23-year-old right-hander Fernando Romero. First pitch is an opening strike. Robertson line to right in the first, grounded out to the second baseman Dozier in the second inning. Swings through it, 0-2. Robertson picked up an RBI single yesterday, and the only at bat he had in the game. Oh, and he's hit by that pitch. So Robertson hit in the back on an 0-2 count.
Boy,
well, that's getting on base the hard way.
That is, boy, not the way Romero wanted to start this inning. Here you see him get ahead 0-2, and that's a slider coming out of his hand early, just slipped with the grip of the pitch, and that got Robertson right between the numbers. Here you see it. Oy.
Down to first and try to do some breathing exercises. Wow.
Stretch it out a little, huh?
Jake Bowers up there. 1-0. Jake looking for his first hit today. A couple of ground ball outs. They have the shift on with Polanco on the first base side of second. A 2-ball, no strike count. Two and one. With Robertson being hit in the back by that pitch, the Rays now have 3 hitters in double figures in hit by pitch.
Ooh. I don't know if that's a stat you want to lead in.
You know, Crone has been hit 14 times, Gomez 12, and now Robertson 10. And down to first, grabbed by the first baseman Mauer. Mauer stretching out there to grab that one. Take another look at that.
Wow, is all I have to say about this. This is a former catcher in Joe Mauer. Here you see him. Watch him spread out for that ball. Great read off the bat. Able to get back to first base before Bowers is there to touch it. Like, just a great job. Joe Mauer, you know, 15th year in the big leagues. He's been so impressive for all of those years. Never hit below the 260 mark. Been so consistent. And he puts together so many good at-bats. He's such a tough out every time up.
C.J. Crone, the Rays do get a man now in scoring position. Robertson moving up to second base. Crone 1 for 2. Romero falling behind him.
You got to be careful here if you're Romero. Obviously, CJ swinging a hot bat, has the ability to launch. 2-0 pitch. He might come unglued if something's close to the plate.
And he fouls it. Pitch coming in on him. Well, how about this? Fernando Rodney is doing some throwing in the bullpen.
Boy, interesting move right here by Molitor, getting your closer up in the 5th.
How about that, huh?
Getting inspired by the Rays.
Well,
our bullpen.
You know, the Rays believe that you can win or lose a game in the second as easily as you can do it in the 8th or 9th. And maybe Molitor's thinking the same thing. Base hit into right field for Crone. Robertson's going to be held at third. And the Rays will have men on the corners. Second hit of the day for C.J. Cron.
Well, CJ finding himself in a good count, 2-1 count. Romero trying to go back inside with that fastball, and Cron doing a good job fighting it off, driving it to right field.
Well, Joey Wendell's going to be the hitter. Wendell 0 for 2. And time called for here. And another slow trip to the mound with Romero out there.
And you wonder if
Darvin
this is
Alston heads to the hill.
trying to give Rodney a little more time to warm up. Interesting move. Knowing that going into a break, obviously both managers able to kind of empty the bullpen, not having to worry about a game tomorrow. So obviously that's probably playing in the mind of Paul Molitor there.
Molitor yesterday wound up using a position player in the 9th inning. And Duke Presley and Belial in the game in relief before Astudillo came into the game. So here's Wendell against Romero. Pitch down and in. So it's 75 pitches here on the day for Romero. He last worked at the AAA level on the 8th, made 95 pitches in his last outing in the minors. High fly ball toward the line and left. Rosario's on the run, and that's going to be out of play. A couple of rows back. So the count is 1-1. Robertson was ready to tag at third. Daniel Robertson hit by a pitch, moved to second on the ground ball, took third on the base hit by Cron. Wendell takes the ball.
Well, the strike zone today has been pretty tight. I'm seeing a lot of pitches. I saw some from Yarborough last inning too. Just not getting the outside call. Here you see it. Replay. That's not missing by much if you're Romero. Or if you're Joey Wendell, that's a great eye.
2-1. And to left. Rosario's going to have to go back. It's over his glove. Up against the wall. Robertson has scored. Cron's going to go to third, and Wendell comes through again for the Rays. A double to left, and that will make it a 4-1 ball game. Wendell continues to get quality at bats and clutch hits.
Well, absolutely. He had a triple in yesterday's game, and here you see it today going in for a double. He's hitting .383 over his last 15 games, so obviously he's swinging the bat really, really well over the last couple weeks. Pitch outside corner. Rosario actually had a good break on that ball, almost able to make the catch. But because he didn't play it off the wall correctly, Wendell was able to stretch that single into a double.
And so the Rays have a 4-1 lead, and we have a pitching change coming. Call to the bullpen brought to you by the Florida Lottery. top of the 5th inning. Robertson has scored. The Rays have Crone at third and Wendell at second base. And the call here in the 5th inning goes to the Minnesota Twins closer, Fernando Rodney.
I am not sure what they're doing here, obviously, with the closer coming in this early in the game, down by 3. Not a safe situation. So obviously he's got good numbers on the year, but the one thing that would concern me, a lot of times when your closer comes into a game and it's not a safe situation, they're so used to pitching in the 9th in a tight ball game.
Yep.
Okay, so now it's early in the game, you know, it's the 5th inning, they're down by 3. You wonder where his head's at. And I'll tell you what, another thing, down in the bullpen, you know, I guarantee you he wasn't thinking that he was getting up this early.
Well, 10 hits off Fernando Romero, and now we have Fernando Rodney. Back-to-back Fernandos in this game. And it is Carlos Gomez to face him in that pitch up and in. And Gomez loses his helmet, getting that head out of the way there.
Oof. Well, you said it. He gets hit by pitches a lot. So he's used to the pitch inside corner. That one pretty dangerous up around the head area.
And a big swing and a miss down to a knee.
Well, he wasn't intimidated after that first pitch. He was not thinking single on that, Dwayne. He's thinking souvenir to the left field.
He pops it up, foul. That will carry back into the stands. Runs the count to 1-2. The Twins used 6 pitchers out of the bullpen in the game on Friday. 3 pitchers and a position player followed the starter yesterday. Check swing and a roller the other way.
Well, we just got word that last time Rodney was in a game this early was 2005.
How about that?
Yeah. Interesting move.
Well, he could get an early start on the All-Star break.
Well, there you go.
Yep.
And on the spread. Since we've had good conversation so far about food.
And the pitch is low, blocked by Garver. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The foul again. This one right back into the screen. So we'll see another 2-2 pitch. One more time on 2-2 and a foul ball. Enough to stay alive.
Well, good at bat so far from Carlos Gomez. Just getting a piece of that 96-mile-an-hour heater on the outer half. He's staying alive, like you said. The more pitches he sees, the more chance he has getting timed up.
And it's popped up foul. That's going to be straight back out of play. So it's an 8-pitch at bat so far for Gomez, matching up against Rodney. And a cut and a miss. Gomez out on strikes. Out number 2. here in the 5th. That strikeout is what Paul Molitor was looking for.
Yeah.
And he got it with minutes 2nd and 3rd.
Right. You know, that was a filthy changeup by Fernando Rodney. And, you know, obviously that's his out pitch coming off of 5 straight fastballs. He located it perfectly. Good depth to the pitch, dropping right below Carlos Gomez's bat.
Alex Smith is 2 for 2 on the day. And he swings and misses. The off-speed pitch. Alex with 2 hits and a run scored. The average up to 285. The hard stuff away there.
Boy, a lot of interesting things about why they put Rodney in. I'm still trying to figure out why they would use him this early. A lot of times if you are going to use your closer or a back end guy early in the game, it's to line up, you know, against the top of the order. But here you see it.
And a miss wide. 2-1. Ground ball right side, glove by Mauer, and he makes the play unassisted. Rodney gets the 2 men. The Rays leave 2 men, pick up a run. It's 4-1.
Guys, I hope that you're I hope that you're planning on coming out to Tropicana Field. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think it looks great.
On July 21st, because this is the giveaway. And guys, there's a couple things. First of all, feel my face.
Yeah.
Really
Very
soft.
nice.
Really,
Very nice. Is that a
really
one size
soft.
fits all?
that, huh?
How does it?
I don't know. There's lipstick all on the inside of this, but I will say that I tried to open my phone
Yeah.
and it didn't recognize my face.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So you can't use your phone if you're
Right.
gonna wear this.
No face recognition on that.
Right.
No. Absolutely. I love it. I love it.
Good. Well,
Yeah, and it
all
goes,
fans-
it goes with your outfit too.
Yes. Matches
I can't
perfectly.
see anything. But yeah, all fans can get these while supplies last on Saturday, July 21st. So
Very
There you
nice.
go.
Well, if you have that opportunity, you can't pass that up. Everybody needs one of those.
It's a little toasty, but inside the shop it's 72.
Oh,
so.
there you go. Hey, I know
Yeah.
my kids, both my kids, absolutely will want one of those. How do you, can you see out of that thing?
No,
Oh, okay. Well,
no, I can hear. I can't talk. It's real muffled.
well, I like it. I
Thank
think
you.
it's good.
Thank you.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, and while you're in there, you were there last night to witness the
Oh,
great
yes.
event.
Oh, actually,
It was a great event.
It was a great event.
Well,
Yeah.
you know.
And I'm sure that you were as impressed as the rest of us.
well, Doug, first of all, that was the most impressed I've ever been with you.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
I was up late
That means
last
a lot.
night doing some arithmetic. A 51-ounce steak is 2,900 calories.
Oh, that makes me
you
feel
go.
good about today.
Okay, but I did the math, really hard math. If you burn 100 calories a mile running,
Yeah.
you have to run 29 miles to burn off.
Well,
the
since I
steak.
haven't run a mile in a good 5-6 months, it's going to take me a while to burn that off.
There's a first for everything. Look at my face right now.
Oh, my goodness.
All right,
That's
guys.
classic.
I'm
Very
gonna-
good.
All right.
Try to cool off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's-
Saturday, July 21st.
All right.
Well, thanks
Here we go.
thanks for coming by.
Oh, thank you. Really.
Oh, that's awesome. How many calories
let's
did
see,
you
what do we
say?
have?
Was it 2,900?
Yeah,
I'm glad I
it
didn't
might
know
have
that
been
before.
29,000. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, that's what it felt like.
One out here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Back to the game at hand. 1-1 the count on Mitch Garver. Cave was called out on strikes. And it's a 1-2 count on Mitch Garver, the catcher. Ryan Yarborough on the hill. Stanek, Milner, Kittredge, and now Yarborough.
By the way, Michelle told me that the most impressive thing that she's ever seen from me is eat a basically just over 3-pound steak. I don't know. I don't know how to take that compliment. It's very nice.
Well,
yeah, very nice.
I mean, here's the thing. You could have done other things that would have been impressive,
Right.
but this was very impressive.
Right,
so
well.
it's not as if you haven't impressed our sideline reporter before. And this is the most recent. There's a pop fly, and that ball's going to be caught by Kiermaier, coming straight in and stretching straight out. And applauded by the lefty on the mound, Ryan Yarborough. Nicely done right here.
There you see it. Bonefish Grill, fresh catch of the game. Absolutely. You see the lazy pop fly, but look at the first step from Kiermaier, busting it right off the bat. What a great read.
Yeah, and a nice job by Wendell of peeling off there.
Right. Exactly. Well, if you're going in the outfield and you're going towards center field, there you see him calling it.
Yeah.
There's no way you're getting in this man's way. I mean, he does a full Superman coming straight in. This guy's a stud.
Nice grab right there. So 2 gone.
The read he gets off the bat is so good.
Yep.
He puts himself into these positions where he can make the catch. It's not just his speed. It's the first movement in that initial read off the bat. That's what separates him so much from every other outfielder.
What a great element for a center fielder to be able to do that and get that read, because you are absolutely right. I mean, he has speed, but it's and it's great speed, but without that ability to read immediately. There's a little tap handled by Wendell. Ball got by the outstretched glove hand of Yarborough. And so Maurer is out. It's a 1-2-3 fifth, and another look at that great catch in center by Kevin Kiermaier.
on this Kevin Kiermaier catch. Wait till you see this. See the first initial break off the bat. Look at that sprint speed, 28 feet per second, and the distance covered, 81 feet. Dwayne, that's incredible how fast he can get going and the range that he can cover. That's a good athlete right there.
Yeah, they have said that the Buxton here, who they had him at, I think, 30.2 feet per second.
Yeah.
Elite. And when you get up where Kiermaier is and Buxton, I mean,
right,
it's just unbelievable.
Right, but could they eat a 51-ounce steak?
Yeah, well, that's the other question.
Right.
Yeah, and I highly doubt it.
I do too.
Yep. Got to be a real man to do
that's
that.
right. That's right. Got to be ready to feel awful the next morning. That's what you got to do. It's a sacrifice you got to take.
Ron Presley in the game. Echeverria leading off the sixth. 1-1 the count. Romero for 4 1/3. Rodney for 2/3. And now Presley in there. Echeverria opened the scoring with a base hit in the 3-run second inning. He had 3 hits in yesterday's game when the Rays pounded out 20 hits, scored 19 runs yesterday in a 19-6 victory. Now takes the count to 2-2.
Well, how about the way Molitor is using this bullpen? So Ryan Presley, he's got 7 holds on the year. He's got big strikeout potential, obviously, but he's a late inning guy as well. And he's one of the setup guys for Fernando Rodney, who just pitched the previous inning. It's almost like he's working backwards.
And Echeverria is out on strikes. So 1 away in the 6th.
Here you see the pitch. Nice wipeout curveball. See that 12-6 depth to it. Very tough to lay off of.
Jesus Sucre with a couple hits on the day, 2 for 2. Fastball at 97 in there for a strike. One and one. Presley, 29 years old. So now 1 and 2. Well, the Rays got 4 runs off the starter getting their first look at Fernando Romero. 10 hits and 4 1/3. Fernando Rodney with 2/3, and now it's Ryan Presley. And he goes upstairs to strike out Sucre. 97 up.
Yeah, tough pitch to lay off of if you're Sucre. Ryan Presley climbing the ladder here. You can see how good his stuff is. 96, 97, a lot of action to it. And he comes behind it with that big curveball. You see a good look of it. Fastball riding up.
Now Kevin Kiermaier, who drove in a run with a base hit in the second inning. Takes that pitch down. Breaking pitch. baseman drops into the zone. 1-1. Pounding away. 2 balls and a strike. Duke is up in the bullpen. I've seen Duke in the last 2 games. Now 3-1. That's Daniel Robertson on deck. 2 outs with the bases empty. And Kiermaier ahead in the count. So it's a full count. Little piece of that one up. So we'll see another 3-2 pitch.
3-2 curveball hanging up in the zone. Kiermaier not able to get on top of it, but obviously not the placement that Presley wanted.
Two again, and he's out on strikes. So Presley comes on, strikes out the side in the 6th. 4-1 Tampa Bay.
Hashtag hats off for heroes. For each post, T-Mobile will donate $1 to support veterans.
From Minneapolis, we move into the bottom of the 6th inning. Rays holding a 4-1 lead with Ryan Yarborough on the hill. He faces the left-handed bat of Eddie Rosario. Rosario's gone out to left with a fly ball and has struck out. Facing Yarborough for the first time in this game. A ball, no strikes. One big cut there by Rosario.
You see Yarborough coming after him. That cut fastball, 86 mile an hour, outer half to Rosario, and that pitch has been so huge for Ryan this entire first half.
And a cut and a miss takes it to 1-2. Yarborough got credit for an inning in the game here Friday. Came in with a man on. He scored. A couple of hits. And he was touched for a run. 1-1. Entered this game in the 4th inning. Walked Kepler and then struck out Grossman at a 1-2-3 fifth. And now begins the bottom of the 6th inning. Ground ball. That's a great stop by Echeverria. Throw to first will not be in time. Echeverria had Rosario shaded way toward the middle and had to reverse his field to get back to his right. Made a great stop but could not get the throw over there in time.
Just the fact that Echeverria was able to get a glove on this ball. You see where he was shaded because of the shift, not able to make the play, but still so impressive what he can do at the shortstop position. Here you see it diving out, selling out for the ground ball, almost getting him at first base. He is so good in that shortstop position. It seems like he's good for one of those a game.
I think absolutely at least one a game.
Now you're talking about run prevention. You know, we were talking about Kevin Kiermaier and what he does so well out there. You're also talking about, you know, and Kevin Kiermaier, he's one of the best at run prevention. Now you look over to Echeverria, he's doing the same thing at the shortstop position. I mean, they're taking at least one hit away every single game.
Yeah, the overall effect that has on your pitching,
right,
is just tremendous. It's a hot shot foul.
Well, what it does is defense hardly ever goes into slumps.
Yep.
You know, and offense, obviously, you know, you're going to go through ups and downs. There's going to be times when you're not driving in runs, but defensively, if you're able to go out there and take hits away and runs away, that's just as good as knocking in an RBI.
Yeah, two great defenders there to have up the middle.
Two of the best in the game.
You can't overlook that as one of the reasons the Rays have had this run of success.
Absolutely. Your defense up the middle, the spine of the defense, is always the most important positions. It starts with the catcher, obviously, but then the middle infielders and your center fielder. They can just make so many good plays for you and cut down on so many runs given up.
Tap down to third. Play's going to be to first. Robertson took a look down toward Wendell. Rosario moves up there and Dozier's out. Third to first, one away. The hitter's going to be Eduardo Escobar. So he'll turn around to hit right-handed. He has struck out and grounded out. Pitch inside. Escobar has shown himself to be a pretty patient hitter up there. And it's a trend that has developed over the last 3 seasons or so. One and one. Escobar had 2 hits, 2 runs batted in yesterday.
Just look at the overall stats of Escobar. What he's done offensively so far this year. I mean, he's got 57 RBIs and 14 jacks on the year.
Yeah, and 35 doubles. That's a foul ball roll. Ball roll right out to the mound, but it's off Escobar. And he's trying to shake that off.
That's something you actually see a lot of when Yarborough is on the mound, because he uses that cutter inside to a right-hander so often, and it's just a pitch that bears into the hands. And here you see it. Escobar just not able to get the barrel on it, then fouls the ball right off his foot. And that right there is painful. But Yarborough, all he does is he pretty much owns the inside corner to a right-hander when he's got his cutter working for him. And then he can go away from him with a changeup, and you know the combination of those two is so hard to pick up.
Runner at second base, Eddie Rosario. One out and a 1-2 count on Escobar. And this one down around his feet. How about that? He's saying enough of that.
Yeah, Escobar not thrilled with that pitch.
And he was hit by that pitch. So that'll put 2 men on with 1 out.
Well, frustrating part about this is Yarborough's ahead in the count 1-2, looking to finish him off. Unfortunately, yanks the cutter. Escobar letting him know he's not thrilled.
Well, 2 men on with 1 away. Kevin Cash heads to the mound here with Polanco, switch hitter, due up. Another call to the bullpen, brought to you by the Florida Lottery. Southern Chevy Dealers. By El Dorado Furniture, a different kind of furniture store for over 50 years. And by your local Ford dealers. Rays bring on pitcher number 5. Ryan Stanek was the opener. Obie Milner just coming over from the Phillies, worked 2/3. Andrew Kittredge an inning. Ryan Yarborough an inning and 2/3, and now Adam Kolarek will take over with men at first and second. 1 out. Kolarek touched up for 4 runs, 5 hits in 1 inning yesterday. Jorge Polanco will be the first man he faces. Polanco with 2 men on. And he's going to bunt down the third base line. That's a foul ball. Oh, Polanco tried to bunt his way on. Rosario reached, ball that Echeverria kept on the infield. Dozier grounded out with Rosario moving up. See more action in the bullpen. The Rays have already used the 5 pitchers, as we've mentioned. The Twins have used 3, including their closer, Fernando Rodney, in the 5th inning. Now, 1 strike count here on Polanco. He sends it into center field. Kiermaier is there making the catch. A tag at second. Rosario will go to third on that fly ball. And it's going to be first and third with 2 outs. And it will be Kolarek against Kepler.
Good job by Kolarek getting the first guy seen out. Pop fly from Polanco. Kiermaier throwing it back into second to keep a base runner at first. So now we got first and third. 2 outs. Let's see if Kolarek be able to take care of Kepler here.
He walked his last time. And the pitch stays inside, a breaking ball. Well, the Rays, if they can match up a lefty on Kepler, they certainly want to do that. And they have Kolarek in here in relief of Yarbrough, the other lefty. There's a swing and a miss. It's a 1-1 count.
Look.
You know, look at the progress he's made this year.
Wow.
Last year he had 19 home runs, 17 off right-handed pitching. And he did not check in time. It's 1-2.
Like Kolarek doing a good job of sweeping this breaking ball left to right. Sweeping it away from Kepler, and that's absolutely the right call. He definitely won.
And a very close pitch right there.
Well, I don't know where some of these pitches are missing.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me looks like a strike. Called third strike right here. Perfect pitch by Kolarek. That sweeps. I mean, it looks like it sweeps and touches the outside corner. Framed up real nice by Sucre.
Now the 2-2. And the count is full. Kolarek got Kepler yesterday in that 4-run inning. Kepler led off that inning, struck out, and he reaches and sends a popper into shallow center. Kiermaier is going to be there to make the catch, and that retires the side. 2 men left. We go to the 7th. 4-1 Rays.
your Chevy prospect spotlight, we're looking at shortstop Wander Franco, who's in rookie ball right now, and he is tearing it up. Last night he hit for the cycle, and not only hit 1 home run, but 2 home runs in that cycle. He's on a 19-game hit streak, hitting .432 during those 19 games. So guys, I think it might be a time for a promotion.
I think you're probably right.
Are you kidding me with that day? 5 for 6, 2 home runs on the cycle?
How's that?
Ooh. Wow. Get him up.
Daniel Robertson's going to open the 7th inning. He was hit by a pitch and scored a run in the 5th to again give the Rays a 3-run advantage, 4-1 ball game. He'll be followed by Jake Bowers and then C.J. Cron. Ryan Presley, hard throwing right-hander on the hill. Pitch is inside. Minnesota pitching has not given up a walk. And when Robertson was hit by that pitch, he promptly scored. Well, they've got a lefty up in the bullpen. Two and one. Upstairs, 3 and 1. Bowers on deck, and you saw Taylor Rogers down in the bullpen. Bowers, the left-handed hitter. Now it's a full count. And a shot into left. Rosario's going to go back, and just as he gets to the track, he makes the catch. Robertson seemed to hit that ball pretty well, but it died out there, and Polanco made the grab. And now with Bowers due up, another call to the bullpen. Molitor wants the lefty. Call to the bullpen brought to you by the Florida Lottery. Scoring early today in the 2nd inning. That base hit by Adeiny Echeverria drove in Carlos Gomez. Jesus Sucre followed with a base hit. The Rays put up 3 in that 2nd. And an answer by the Twins of 1 run at the bottom of the inning. Bobby Grossman's base hit scored Jorge Polanco. And then Joey Wendell's double chasing home Daniel Robertson, who had opened the inning hit by a pitch. That made it a 4-1 game. 4-1 here in the Rays half of the 7th inning. 1 out, bases empty, and Taylor Rogers makes his 40th appearance on the matchup against Jake Bauers.
And you see right off the bat why Rogers can be very tough on left-handers. He's got that big sweeping breaking ball. Also follows that up. Fastball sitting around 93, 94.
There's the fastball. 1-1. And again, 1-2. So the couple fastballs there around 94.
Yeah, coming off those 2 pitches, set up the slider outside corner pretty well here.
And it's taken off the plate. C.J. Cron is on deck. Bauers does not chase, and the count is full. There's Cron on deck. And he takes the fastball right down the middle. 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Stay tuned in the middle of the 7th for the Ram game break, brought to you by the all-new 2019 Ram 1500. Nobody aboard with 2 outs, and here is C.J. Cron. Swinging and missing the slider. Thrown up to 257. And with a career high 19 home runs. One and one. One and two now as he takes the fastball. It's been a 4-1 game since the 5th. Rays coming off the 19-6 win in yesterday's game after dropping the first 2 games of the series by scores of 5-1 and 11-8. Trying to capture their 50th win of the season and go into the All-Star break with 50 wins, 46 losses. It's been an interesting year all the way back into spring training for Kevin Cash, and this entire first half of the season plus. Ground ball third into the glove of Escobar, and the throw to first in time. Fly ball, strikeout, and the ground ball. We're in the middle of the 7th inning. We'll go to the studio for the Ram game break with Neil and Orestes. to get out of town and break even in this 4-game series. They have this 4-1 lead. Adam Kolarek got the last couple outs in the 6th inning. On to begin the bottom of the 7th against Grossman. The left-handed bat of Jake Cave is on deck, and then Mitch Garber, the catcher, due up. Ryan Stanek, the opener for the Rays, gave up a run in the 2 innings he worked. Bobby Milner on for 2/3. Kittredge an inning. Yarbrough an inning and 2/3. Now Kolarek with 2/3 under his belt. In the first pitch, here's a strike to Grossman. The right side, slicing toward the line, and stands, and that ball is out of play. Gomez hustling over there, but no chance.
You know, one thing that Gomez does so well is works the wall in foul territory, and you see it a lot at the Trop. And the Trop's not easy to do that because you got the bullpen on the field, so you got to navigate where the hill is as well. So, you know, Gomez, we talk a lot about his swing, his power, all that kind of stuff, but really his defense has been strong this year.
1-2 the count on Grossman. Fouled again up the right side, out of play. Grossman on 4 times in Friday's game. Drove in the run in the 2nd inning of this game. The count evens at 2-2. Fouled again, out of play. Ground ball, and that's going to roll through the middle into center. Leadoff base hit for Grossman. The Twins have 4 hits. He has 2 of them.
Boy, yeah, absolutely having himself a day so far. Grossman, you see the offering from Kolarek outside corner, does a good job of beating the shift here. See Wendell shifted up the middle, but not that far. Grossman just depositing in center field for another base hit this afternoon.
There's the hit from the left side, and now a hit from the right side. He singled off Stanek in the 2nd inning, driving in a run. There's Cave. Well, Cave struck out swinging in the 2nd inning and was called out on strikes in the 5th. He's going to bunt. Kolarek off the mound, and the toss to first. Underhanded toss made it relatively close over there, with Cave hustling down the line after putting down the bunt.
Yeah, boy, really good bunt right here by Cave, almost being able to beat it out. The fact that he's a left-handed hitter helps him obviously get down the first base line. They're doing a good job staying calm, making the out at first base. Almost didn't get him.
So now a man at second base with 1 out. Garver is due up. He's walked and was retired on a great play in center field by Kiermaier. That was in the 5th. Takes a strike. Garver lifts it into right. Gomez lines up to make the catch, and no attempt to advance by Grossman. Well, 2 gone with the runner at second. Well, the All-Star break right around the corner, and the Rays pick up play on Friday. Rays Live, the pregame show presented by your local Honda dealers. We'll have a recap of the All-Star game experience and second half expectations. The Rays will either be 49-47 or 50-46 going into the All-Star break. Here's the left-handed bat of Joe Mauer.
Well,
Pitch inside, boy, I'll tell you, close.
If anybody tells you that their first half expectations for the Rays would be 49-50 wins, that's a lie.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Now the second half be interesting to see. A lot of things going right now for the Rays. Tough division, but they're playing and hitting the ball so well.
1-1 count.
Definitely be very interested to see if the second half, the opener, is continuing to be just as strong as it was in the first half. One of the big storylines going throughout the year.
That pitch stayed in. Oh, what a stop by Sucre. So it's 2-1.
A little glove save back there and a beauty. Like a cat. See him coming all the way across. But when you're expecting an off-speed pitch on the total opposite side of the dish, you're not anticipating to have to move that far that quickly. See how quick he is. He's so good back there.
Two-1. That will even the count. Bauer taking that fastball. Well, Bauer coming off a 305 season last year. And he fouls it back. Bauer started the day at 273 this year. So the lefty Kolarek against the left-handed bat of Joe Mauer. The 2-2 hit on the ground the other way. Echeverria is going to throw to first, and they just did not get him. An attempt to come up with a swipe at first by Crone, and he could not hold it. Great effort again by Echeverria. Grossman goes to third on that, and Mauer's aboard.
Well, again, we see Hetch getting to a ball that most major league shortstops cannot get to. Was such a tough play, but he has so much range. Here you see it. Only way he had a chance to get him out was to throw it with his momentum going toward third base across the diamond. Crone not able to make the pick. Looks like he would have been safe either way. Still amazing attempt by Echeverria.
So an infield hit puts men at first and third. Kyle Snyder spending some time on the mound now with Kolarek. Eddie Rosario is going to be the hitter. Another left-handed bat. Rosario started the day hitting .307. He has gone out to left with a fly ball. It was against Stanek. And he struck out in the third. That was against Milner. Reached on the infield hit in the 6th inning. Pitch is tapped foul. Breaking down and away.
Well, Snyder, no doubt, going out there to talk to Kolarek. Just remind him how dangerous Rosario can be. Basically leading every category offensively for the Twins. Been good so far this series.
Pitch wide, 1-1. Rosario with 19 home runs this year. He had 27 last year. Only for the first time in the major leagues getting over 500 at bats last year. One. 2 balls and a strike. Dozier's on deck. Wide again. 3-1. Four to 1 game, bottom of the 7th. And a cut and a miss. We go to 3-2.
Well, Kolarek sticking with that off speed. Even though it was a 3-1 count, here you see it. This is probably his best slider of the sequence so far. Rosario bailing on that pitch.
Well, you wouldn't be surprised to see it again. Here, full count.
Yeah, if you're going to do a 3-1, might as well go back to a 3-2, especially with the way he just swung.
And a ground ball to the left side. He went fastball. Grossman scores, and it's 4-2.
Well, Rosario having himself a series. Came into today 7 for 14. We're going to see a pitch and change going to Diego Castillo. Here you see it, fastball. He elected to go fastball after the slider. Just catching too much of the plate. Rosario knows right off the bat that it's a hit, and then clubs himself right in the helmet. And there you see it, beating the shift. Now Robertson shifted over into the shortstop position. Kolarek almost doing him a favor by throwing that fastball outer half.
Toyota. Let's go places. By Steak and Shake, famous for steak burgers. And by your local Honda dealers. Well, it's a 2-run ball game here in Minneapolis. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Temperature has been in the mid to upper 80s for the better part of the day. Diego Castillo gets his 18th call from the bullpen.
Well, absolutely filthy so far this season. You look at the innings, the strikeout to walk ratio, 22-5. Only 1 home run given up, but the opponent average going against him. He just flat out does not give up hits. So hard to hit with that power fastball. A lot of sink to it. Comes behind it with a power slider.
Well, Brian Dozier is the hitter, men at first and third, and the pitch is upstairs. Dozier struck out, bounced into a fielder's choice, and is grounded out to third. That's ball 2. Castillo promptly falling behind in the count. He faced Dozier in the ball game yesterday. Got him on the fielder's choice. There's a strike on the outside corner. 2-1.
Well, 3 straight sliders. Castillo coming out of the bullpen. That being the best one. Looks like he might be going to it again.
He's wide with it. 3-1.
Seems like he can't get on top of that pitch right now. Having a tough time finishing out in front in a hand position while he's releasing it, just underneath it, and that's why it's casting up top in the zone.
And that's Escobar on deck. Three one. We're going to go all the way out to 3-2. That pitch on the corner.
Again, another slider. And Castillo with such a power fastball, obviously pitching Dozier backwards, knowing that he has 15 home runs on the year, has a chance to always launch. So being careful with him here.
Well, a 3-2 count with 2 outs. Rosario will be running on the pitch off first. And the pitch, ground ball, third, diving stop. Robertson over to first. Now a man trying to go to third, and the throw is behind Echeverria. And Rosario will score. Dozier winds up at third. The ball loose again, but he's going to stay at third. Well, that ball flying all over the infield. And just like that, the game is tied at 4.
Wow, what a play. So many things happen right here. It all starts with Dozier making contact, right down the line, left field line. Here you see it. Another slider, full count. Robertson doing a good job knocking that ball down, but here's the air coming up for Crone. Not getting on top of that throw, and airmailing it toward third, allowing another base runner to score.
Well,
costly mistake right here from the Rays.
Dozier will get a run batted in. The other run scores on the error. And the game is tied. Second error of the year charged to Crone. Now Escobar takes a strike. Out of all of that, Dozier winds up at third. It's been a 3-run 7th. swing and a miss. 0-2. Oh, wait a minute. A balk. A balk will send Dozier to the plate with the go-ahead run.
Wow. Well, you see it. It was set up here. Dozier knowing that the shift is on. Robertson in the shortstop position. No one playing third. And we actually saw this a couple times from Minnesota prior to today's game. When they have a shift on, there it was. He points it out. You can see that back foot not stepping off properly. Twins able to get that last run across.
Now the pitch to the backstop. It's 1-2. Got a little exchange going on across the field here, dugout to dugout. And now we've got Escobar being intercepted by Sucre, and now the dugout's empty. And the bullpen, side by side.
Yeah, everybody's coming in,
making their entry.
You know, Escobar, I think he's a little hot.
And Cash was hot.
Yeah. And we got a lot of things going on right here. I mean, Escobar not happy with, obviously, Castillo's offering 101 miles an hour inside corner right after the balk call. Yeah, you wonder.
Gesturing and
well, you wonder if it all started with Dozier when the balk call was made. Obviously, he celebrated that entire way down. You know, here we go. Rays obviously not happy with a lot of things going on here. How do you figure this out?
Well, the umpires are they're gonna do it the best way they can. Here's the balk now.
Yeah, this is my guess why everybody started to get heated. Okay. So first of all, you're getting the run. It is a balk call, so it's understood that's in the rule book. But you watch Dozier, and you wonder if that celebration right there. I mean, it was on a balk, and look at the way that, you know, obviously fired up, but. I don't think Cash was too happy about the way he handled himself there. There you see it. And here we go.
So if you want to go, let's go.
Hey, yeah, hey, we can just meet right out on the field. If that's what you want, let's go. Well, after all that, Tampa Bay now finds himself down by 1. Frustrating 7th inning so far.
Absolutely. Tying run scored on the error, on the throwing error. The balk has given Minnesota a 5-4 lead. And strike 3 call. Escobar out of there to retire the side. But a big inning here. 4-run score, and it's 5-4 Minnesota.
You know, the bullpen's getting a lot of cardio in. Coming into the infield. Here you see him again. Opening the gates. I mean, Escobar's been in the center of this the entire time. Even if it was Dozier, that kind of sparked a little bit. You know, it was the pitch afterwards to Escobar. Ended up at the backstop. And I think Escobar said a couple things. A little fire into the Rays dugout, and the Rays still not happy with him. Well, here it is. Here's the last pitch, Dwayne. 101 miles an hour. This is, oh, well, this is the slider. But look, here, you're going to see Escobar, and it looks like he's looking for somebody to call out. Here you see him. He's looking in the dugout, looking their way, going straight after somebody. It might have been Robertson.
See, Crone tried to run interference for him.
I mean, that's ridiculous to me that he goes over toward the Rays dugout.
Yeah, Gomez came in as the peacemaker there.
Right. I mean, yeah. But look, I mean, Escobar, you know, almost looking to start something there. You know, that's ridiculous to me.
Well, again, they try to sort it all out. 5-4 Minnesota through 7. Escobar got a little hot for the second time and started to move toward the Rays dugout at the end of play. I'm not so sure that the initial objection to the pitch to Escobar was all that legitimate. I'm not sure the pitch was that bad. Here's another look at the pitch.
Well, he's setting up outside, first of all. I mean, if he had ill intent on that pitch, he's going to be setting up inside corner. There's no way that Castillo really meant to do that. It's just a fastball inside. But then you could see Sucre, obviously somebody yelling in the dugout to Sucre.
And I don't know how Escobar can stay in the game.
I don't either. Honestly, I don't.
Umpires breaking up their huddle. Home Oliver had been out there.
There you see it. Services are no longer needed. I mean, I agree with this. You know, if you're basically walking toward the other dugout looking for something to get into, that's what should happen.
So Escobar ejected from this game. So far as we know, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, we got no word from anyone over at the Rays side getting tossed. So as of right now, it just seems like Escobar's the only one.
Adrianza is going to enter the game. A-Ray Adrianza, and he'll play third in the place of Escobar. And we'll go into the 8th inning with Joey Wendell ready to lead it off here. And he'll face the left-hander Rogers. The Rays now down by a run. And the pitch is a strike. So a 4-run bottom of the 7th inning. One ball, one strike. Gomez will be next. And then Smith.
Well, how about this, Dwayne? Molitor's already used his closer in the 5th inning. So now you got a 1-run ball game, top of 8. You've already used one of your setup men and your closer.
Tap foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You know, the Rays, the way the Rays have been absolutely crushing the baseball the last couple days. And this game's far from over.
And there's a 1-hopper out to short. Polanco's throw is there in time. So 1 away. Well, we'll go back and review first the pitch.
Yeah. So you see the pitch, he just yanked it. It was a fastball, he yanked it. Escobar looking back. You know, Sucre, you can see Sucre, calm down, calm down. I mean, he's looking over there, he's saying calm down. Something's going on, obviously. And if Sucre's hearing it from the dugout, that doesn't ever happen. I mean, he's obviously somebody is chirping from the dugout. And then Robertson having no problem calling somebody out. I think this was Escobar, actually.
Gomez takes the pitch down. Two balls, no strikes. And a foul ball ricocheting off the Rays dugout. It's 2-1. Hildenberger up in the bullpen. And a ground ball to short. Polanco's throw is right there, so 2 gone in the 8th. Now Malik Smith is due, but he's going to be lifted. Matt Duffy will hit for Malik Smith.
Well, Duffy, you see his year stats. Been so consistent every single month this season. Has hit over 300.
And that gets Paul Molitor out of the dugout. He marches to the mound. He has an inning and a third out of the left-hander Taylor Rogers, and a call to the bullpen again, brought to you by the Florida Lottery. Rays 2 outs with nobody on. Home Run Derby mobile game is back with more competition, more challenge, and more dingers than ever before. Enter the code All-Star DC to unlock exclusive All-Star gear at MLB.com/HRD game. A couple of ground ball outs here from Wendell and Gomez. Duffy announced as the pinch hitter.
You see the year season-long stats. 42 games already just in the first half for Hildenberger in the 15 holds.
And a little check swing, soft liner on the infield, and the throw to first is wide. Pulled Mauer off the bag. And the inning will continue on that check swing.
Right. Goes down as a line drive in the books. Here we see it. Little excuse me swing right over Hildenberger. You know, obviously Dozier not being able to get up there in time, and Duffy testing that. Well, you see yesterday we saw him go down, and we obviously know his history with the Achilles. Testing that early today.
There's a Danny Echeverria with the runner aboard. Pitch is wide. That's the first hit the Rays have off the Minnesota bullpen today. They had 10 hits and 4 1/3 off the starter Romero. Big wave and a miss. It's 1-1. Trevor Hildenberger on the hill. He drops down and misses wide. 2-1. Hildenberger with the sinker and the change, a slider. Once in a while a four-seamer, but not too much. Likes the sinker a lot better. Coming out of the bullpen. And a step back, retreating to the bag, Duffy.
And you see the arm angle that he comes at you with. Obviously very deceptive. One of the pitchers that Mulder likes to go to late into the game.
Runner goes. The pitch swung on, a little roller foul off his foot. So Duffy returns to first. And the count is 2-2 on Echeverria. Rays scored 3 in the second inning and 1 run in the 5th. Minnesota a run in the second and 4 in the 7th. We're in the 8th. Runner goes again. The pitch inside. There'll be no throw. And a stolen base for Duffy. It's his 7th steal of the year.
Well, that could end up being a huge stolen base right here. Obviously, you got the 3-2 count to Hetch, but Hetch has been hitting the ball really well. Already got a hit today. Another base hit ties this game up.
So full count here on Echeverria. And that's ball 4 inside. So the Rays pick up their first hit off the bullpen today, and now their first walk of the day. 2 men on with 2 men out, and Jesus Sucre is the hitter.
Well, here's the deal with the way Molitor has used the bullpen already. I mean, he's burned through pretty much all his late inning guys. So if Hildenberger isn't able to get through this inning or not able to go the next, it's going to have a big question mark on who's going to finish this game.
Sucre looks at a strike. Down and in. 1-1. Sucre getting his foot out of the way.
Nice little dance move right there. Nice Sucre.
Sucre drove in a run with a base hit in the second inning. Also singled in the fourth when the Rays threatened but did not score in that inning. And a shot toward left center field. That ball's going to be in there for extra bases. Here comes Duffy. He will score. Echeverria is going to be waved to the plate on the double by Sucre, and the Rays take a 6-5 lead. Rays come right back on the third hit of the day by Sucre to lead 6-5.
Well, you have to absolutely love this if you're a Rays fan with the way that last inning ended. Now you come back, and now you got Sucre hitting a double. 2 RBIs, taking the lead. Here you see it. Hildenberger tried to sweep a slider away from him, caught too much of the plate. Sucre did a great job depositing that thing in left center, and then Duffy and Echeverria coming in for the score.
A 3 RBI day for the Rays backup catcher.
Love it.
He's at second, and now here's Kiermaier lifting one into center. Cave cuts across to make the catch. And we'll go to the bottom of the 8th. The Rays have retaken the lead at 6-5 Tampa Bay. Doug's in good shape, and
that was really good right there. Big O.
We have security surrounding Doug to make sure he's okay.
Oh, Orestes, that is awesome.
Well, on to the bottom of the 8th we go, with the Rays leading 6-5. And here is Polanco leading off. Castillo's pitch is down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Polanco, Kepler, and Grossman due up. wide, 2-0. I'll tell you, Sucre with that double driving in 2. He's been busy here the last 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's had himself a game so far, but also being right in the middle of that controversy.
And Castillo promptly falls behind Polanco 3-0. Now Duffy in the game at third. Robertson moves over to play second, and Wendell is in left field. That's a strike, 3-1. This one swung on and lifted foul. That's headed for the stands. The count is full now. It started as a 3-0 count. It's now 3-2. And look out, save the glasses and anything else.
Yeah.
He's got the baseball.
I almost lost his best pair of sunnies right there. He did lose one of his shoes when he took the tumble. He's, oh, there you go. We'll get that back on. That's a lot of effort. Right
yes,
there.
It is. And ball 4, he misses down and in. So leadoff walk.
Well, obviously not the way Diego Castillo wants to start this inning up. The dreaded leadoff walk scores about 25–30% of the time. It's really the last thing you want to do late in the game, especially after our team just took the lead.
Well, Snyder heads to the mound. Kepler is the hitter. The Rays with action in the bullpen. Wood and Romo out there.
Well, interesting to see who he would go to if he needs to take Castillo out. Well, Romo pitched in last night's game. Got the final out. Then throwing the ball really well. You know, honestly, ever since Colome was traded, Romo was pushed to the back end of that bullpen. Really picked up some big innings for the Rays.
Some communication with the bullpen now. Kevin Cash on the phone with Stan Borowski out there after the prolonged visit with the Castillo. Snyder spent a good amount of time out there. So with a man at first, here is Kepler. Pitch is wide. 1 ball, no strikes. Kepler walked in the 4th. 0 for 2 otherwise. Hit the ball to the track and right in the 2nd inning off Ryan Stanek, who was the opener for the Rays. And another pitch wide, so he falls behind. Castillo falling behind Kepler, 2-0.
Yeah, just not a consistent release point at this point. And really, Castillo, I mean, he has a couple of weapons. He obviously can strike you out with the big fastball, but another thing about that fastball, it has a lot of run to it. So even though there is a man on first base, that sink a lot of times can induce the double play ground ball.
And there's ball 3. Well, he went 3-0 to Polanco, then back full before he walked him. Now he's 3-0 to Kepler. And he gets a strike there on the fastball. Castillo in the middle of that fracas when he balked home the go-ahead run in the 7th inning. The Rays have retaken the lead in the 8th, and now control issues in the bottom of the 8th, and there's ball 4. So back-to-back walks. Polanco and Kepler. And pitching change coming as Kevin Cash heads to the mound. This brought to you by the Florida Lottery. Nation's capital. It's the MLB All-Star Game, July 17th, only on Fox, or stream it live on the Fox Sports app.
Here we see Hunter Wood coming into a tough situation. No outs, man on first and second. Grossman, who's hot at the plate recently, hitting 409 on the homestand up. You see Wood's numbers.
Well, Wood is the 7th Rays pitcher of this game. And Grossman drove in a run with a base hit in the 2nd. He singled and scored when he opened the 7th inning. And now he's up in the 8th with 2 men on and nobody out. Switch hitter up there from the left side. The corners are looking for some action. There's the bunt. Wood will go to first with the throw. And so the sacrifice sends Polanco to third and Kepler up to second base. Grossman on the first pitch putting down the sacrifice bunt.
Yeah, wasting no time playing small ball. It was a pretty good bunt. Did the job. Moved the base runners up. Now you got a man on second and third, both in scoring position with only 1 out.
So one away with men at second and third. Jake Cave will be the hitter.
You know, Sucre probably coming out there. Remind Wood that Cave has had a good homestand as well. I mean, he's hitting over 400 this homestand. Had some good days, and here you see Cash.
Well, Cash is going to make a move, and I think he wants to move Wood to another position. Let's see what he does here. He's going to take him out. And it's going to be a straight call to the bullpen. Ball to the bullpen, brought to you by the Florida Lottery. first base on an intentional pass. And the bases will be loaded with one out for Sergio Romo. On for the 46th time.
There you see
and
the
a big
numbers.
spot here.
There you see the numbers. Obviously, yeah, huge spot here. Bases loaded, only one out. You're doing everything you can to make sure that man on third base does not advance. Looking for a possible ground ball double play here. Would be best case scenario.
The hitter is the catcher, Mitch Garver. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. And the pitch is down, blocked by Sucre. Ball, no strikes. Sergio Romo. And we have seen the velocity pop up a little bit more recently at 87, 88. There's a cut and a miss. Breaking ball. 1-1. It's really his stock and trade.
Absolutely. Manipulates that breaking ball a couple different ways. That one right there is a more top to bottom depth to it. You can also get around a little bit and add more sweeping motion to it.
That's strike 2. And he's ahead now. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Boy, punch out here would be huge. That's obviously one option that you have as a pitcher, not allowing that man on third to advance, is if you can get the big strikeout here.
That would be second only to a ground ball back to the mound.
Well, there you go. I'd love to see that too.
1-2 the count. And a little tapper foul straight back. Holding the count at a ball, 2 strikes. Six-5 ball game, bottom of the 8th. Bases loaded for Minnesota. And the 1-2 pitch again. 2-2.
Hadn't thrown a fastball yet this sequence. And you wonder if he continues to stick with that slider going for the punch out.
Joe Mauer on deck. We go 2-2, and very close there, just down and away, and the count is full.
Well, here we go. I mean, the zone's been tight all day, but that pitch looked great to me. That looked like it was a slider swept right on the outside corner. Now, granted, he caught it a little bit outside, but that sweeping motion, something there looks like it would have caught the plate. Yeah, 3-2 count.
Full count. Bases loaded. Here it is. And he struck him out. A cut and a miss. Big strikeout for Romo. 2 gone.
Boy, Romo just continuing to manipulate that slider, seeing different types of breaks to it. Here you see it. 80 miles an hour. Almost an identical pitch to the one prior. Garver couldn't hold up. Romo with a huge pitch to get that punch out.
Well, 2 gone with the bases loaded. And the big matchup right now, Joe Mauer. Top side of the order here. It's Romo and Mauer. And that pitch just off the corner. 1 ball, no strikes.
He's starting him out with a changeup. If you're Sergio Romo, you got to be careful going away from Joe Mauer. He does a good job hitting it to left field. And right now we have Hechavarria almost directly behind second base, so there is a little bit of opening around the shortstop position.
And the pitch away again. 2-0. Over 400 with men in scoring position for Maurer this year. Now the 2-0 pitch. And that one just low. 3 balls, no strikes.
Boy, such a tight zone right here. Borderline pitch. You're Sergio Romo, you really want that. Looks to me like it's a good looking pitch, but I mean that's tough. That's a tough ball call.
3-0. And ball 4 inside. He missed with a fastball in there, and that forces home the run. Ball game tied 6-6. Polanco crossing the plate. And now Eddie Rosario is going to be the hitter. Run charge to Castillo. Oh, it's tough to open anything late in a game like this and walk the first 2 men.
Yep. Well, that's 3 walks so far this inning, and now you got their #1 hitter up.
Rosario, 2 hits today with a run batted in and a big cut. Strike 1.
See the aggression of Rosario coming out there looking for a heater. Instead, he gets the changeup by Romo. Great pitch by Sergio. Outer half, nice tail.
It's down. 1 ball, 1 strike. Romo came on, got the strikeout of Garver, walked Maurer. And the Twins have tied the game without the benefit of a hit in the 8th. The 1-1. And a liner base hit into center. 1 run is in. Throw to the plate. Out there. And the Twins will take the lead. Cave out at the plate. Sucre a little slow in getting up. So it's a 7-6 ball game. The Twins are waiting. They want to take a look at that play.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be reviewing it. Here you see a slider outside corner. Rosario knows it's a base hit right off the bat. And Kiermaier coming up with the gun home. I mean, it looked to me live that we got him. Here will be a good angle. Sucre positioning himself perfectly for the tag. You see his foot get turned. Yeah. Possibility they might overturn that.
Be interesting because he did a great job of trying to ride that front foot off the plate. But we'll see.
Yeah, here's a boy. We're seeing some angles here from the big screen and just from the angles that we saw there. I wonder if this might get overturned. But he did position himself perfectly for a catcher with the sweeping tag. It was a good throw by Kiermaier. Obviously, we all know his arm strength. You know, Cave, a fast runner.
Well, right now it's a 7-6 ball game. As we look, and there's that left foot of Sucre trying to ride the left foot off, and then when did he get the tag?
Boy, this will be a good shot right here. I wonder if he might have caught that back foot on the tag. I mean, this is close. This is really close. We've seen some really close reviews this entire series. You know, either way, frustrating way for Tampa Bay to either finish out the 8th or give up the hit to Rosario. It's been a tough inning, and these last few innings have been so back and forth.
Well, it's going to have to be clear and convincing because the Rays got the benefit of the call on that play at the plate after the lead run had scored. And right there is the point of contention.
Yep. I mean, I don't know if you can overturn it with anything we've seen, but it is close. Definitely taking a lot of different angles, checking this one out.
Well, the Rays scored 2 in the top of the inning to take the lead. Right now, Minnesota has scored 2 to regain the lead in the bottom of the 8th.
Sucre, just from that face, obviously not feeling 100% after that slide.
And out. So a great job by Sucre with that foot, that left foot, keeping the potential runner to score. He moved that foot off the plate, and it's 7-6 as we go to the 9th. Shot left. Well, that guy there, it's been a long afternoon of catching on a warm day here. And that collision at the plate, you can see he's still in some discomfort.
Well, he's been a big part of this game, defensively and offensively. That tag, well, you see his ankle get turned on him, and obviously not feeling good. Well, here we go.
It's 7-6. Daniel Robertson will open the 9th inning. And the first pitch is a strike. Robertson, Bowers, and Crone due up here against Trevor Hildenberger. Braves got to him for a couple runs in the 8th. And there's a base hit up the middle, and Robertson is aboard. So the Rays have the potential tying run aboard with nobody out.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Robertson doing a good job. Actually not seeing the ball that great coming into the series. Only one for his last 13, but good job right there driving a fastball up the middle. And Hildenberger, remember, he is not the closer. They already burned their closer in Fernando Rodney in the 5th inning. Be interesting to see how this plays out. Got some hot hitters coming up to the plate.
Well, the Rays now with 13 hits. And here is Jake Bowers. Robertson at first base as they keep an eye on him. Well, Bowers hit the ball hard in the 5th inning. And Bowers made a great play on him. Now the pitch is a ball. Bowers coming off 4 runs batted in yesterday's game, including a double and a home run. Pitch is upstairs. 2-0.
Boy, Hildeberger better be careful. He starts elevating that fastball. Jake Bowers has already launched a couple times this series. He's already shown his power. He is red hot at the plate right now.
And a big cut. He had it on his mind there to launch.
Boy, yeah, absolutely he did. He wanted to take the lead with that swing.
Now 2-1.
There you see it. Sinker away. Bowers looking to lose that pitch to right field.
The 2-1. And he's popped it up on the infield. Polanco making the call. A couple of steps into short center now. That's out number 1 in the 9th. Well, the left-hander Duke, he's been busy in this series. Kuznets, the right-hander. C.J. Cron, 2 hits today, and again a move to first. And again a toss over there. Big 4-run 7th by Minnesota. Rays came back with 2 in the 8th to regain the lead, and the Twins scoring 2 in the 8th to take the lead again. 1 strike to count on C.J. Cron.
Well, you know the Rays are trying to figure out any way to get Robertson to second base for 2 reasons. Obviously, you want him there because he'd be in scoring position, but also C.J. Cron, double play is always one of those things that he has a chance of hitting into.
There goes Robertson. The pitch is a ball, and the throw is not in time. He got in there with that hand and kept it on the bag. That's his 2nd steal of the year.
Huge stolen base right here for Robertson. He gets a great jump. Obviously, you saw the graphic. Hildenberger very slow to the plate. Got that bigger leg kick, does not do a slide step. That ball was in the dirt. So Garver actually did a good job just picking it. And you see Robertson doing a good job hanging on that base. Here you see the slide. Getting in there and then holding on to the base. A lot of times the base runner, the momentum will take him off.
Oh, how about that, huh?
Yeah.
Just on the very
I guarantee you
edge of
that's
those fingertips.
Yep. And that's what they're looking at. Huge base runner right now in second base. Cron also, you see what he's done today, 2 for 4. Been just absolutely mashing the last couple weeks. You see
that
a good
slide.
And you call it a game of inches. Watch how close his left hand is to coming off this base.
A 1-1 count. And a big cut and a miss on the breaking ball. Cron now behind in the count. Well, the Rays have that potential tying run at second base in scoring position. Cron up there, Wendell on deck. And that's low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A 7-6 ball game in the 9th. Minnesota leading. There's Joey Wendell on deck. He's had a hot bat. And ball 3. Crone tracking that one all the way. So the count is full. Hildenberger gave up a couple of hits and a walk, 2 runs in the 8th. Leadoff single to Robertson, the steal. 1 out now, and a full count on C.J. Crone. Long look by Hildenberger. 3-2, and he fouls this one away, forcing another 3-2 pitch. Now the Rays led 3-0 after scoring 3 in the 2nd. Minnesota came back with a run to make it 3-1. Rays made it 4-1 with a run in the 5th, and a 4-run 7th for Minnesota gave the Twins the lead. The Rays regained the lead in the 8th with 2, and the Twins took the lead again with 2 in the 8th. We're in the 9th now. Rays with a man in scoring position, 1 away. How about this? Wow. 6 of 11 for the Rays, 5 of 10 for the Twins with men in scoring position today. And the pitch, and a little tap toward the middle. Dozier will make the throw to first, and over to third goes Robertson. So 2 outs with the potential tying run 90 feet away.
Well, if you're the Rays, you like your chances with Joey Wendell. He's been so good as of late. 2 hits in the game yesterday.
Well, Wendell doubled in a run in the 5th inning today. 1 for 4. And a good matchup right here. Wendell tripled and singled in yesterday's game. And now a trip to the mound by Garvin Alston, the pitching coach. And the Twins will talk it over.
You know, really curious. They got a lefty in the bullpen right now. I'm wondering why we're not going, or why we're not seeing him with the matchup with Wendell.
Duke has been up. He pitched yesterday and pitched the day before yesterday.
Yeah, they were going double barrel there. Yeah, Duke is your lefty option.
Well, it's Joey Wendell now against Hildenberger. And the pitch. He takes it in. Pitch down. 1 ball, no strikes. And now a strike. Pitch away from him in the zone, 1-1. Hildenberger to the plate, and a line drive base hit into center field. Robertson will score, ball popping away, and that's going to give Wendell a chance to move into scoring position. And the Rays have come back to tie it on a 2-out base hit by Wendell, and he moves up to second base. This game is tied 7-7.
Are you kidding me? This is amazing what we're seeing here. Joey Wendell fighting that count, looking for the off-speed pitch away. It was a changeup. He goes with the pitch up the middle. And I'll tell you what else is big. Jake Cave misses this ball in center field. Here you go. Just ends up clanking it. Wendell being able to go to second base is huge because now you got a man in scoring position again.
Well, Carlos Gomez is going to be the hitter. And Paul Molitor comes out to make a pitching change. Call to the bullpen brought to you by the Florida Lottery. He lined it into center field, moved up to second when the ball got by the center fielder Cave for an error. And a new pitcher on with Carlos Gomez due to hit. Alan Buznitz enters this game. He was in for 2/3 of an inning in the game on Friday. Gave up a couple of hits and a run. And here is Gomez. Gomez singled and scored way back in the second inning. The pitch is high. In fact, he scored the first run of this game. The Rays, with 7 runs, 6 of those runs have come with 2 outs. And a miss there, a little bit wide at 95. 2-0.
How about this Rays offense? Over the course of yesterday's game and today, they have 34 hits.
And ball 3 and a stop there by Garver. 3-0.
Well, I don't know if he got crossed up there or what happened, but Garver, that curveball took him by surprise a little bit. Surprised he even made this catch. Here you see him looking to block it, and then it stays up. I don't know how he backhanded that.
And ball 4. Gomez walks on 4 pitches. Well, the Rays have drawn only 2 walks, 1 in the 8th that led to a run, and now 1 here in the 9th. Matt Duffy's going to be the hitter, with Wendell at second and Gomez at first. And Duffy takes the first pitch, and that's a fastball down. 1 ball, no strikes. Matt Andriese up in the bullpen for the Rays. Now a strike. Mid-90s fastball. Duffy entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 8th, stayed on to play 3rd. Single, stole a base, and scored a run in the 8th. And there is ball 2 inside. And a ground ball to the left side. The force down to second. Adrianza to Dozier. So the Rays score a run to tie, and we're going to go to the bottom of the 9th, 7-7. Here, the big 2-base hit in the 8th inning by Jesus Sucre. That scored Duffy and Echeverria. 3 runs batted in on the day for the Rays catcher. Then the base hit by Rosario in the 8th gave the Twins the lead, but a great job of blocking the plate on that second runner, and Cave was called out. Then with 2 outs in the 9th, Wendell comes through with a base hit, scoring Daniel Robertson. And this game is tied 7-7 as we go to the bottom of the 9th. And Sucre, a little battered, but still behind there, behind the plate. And we go to the bottom of the 9th with Romo on the hill. Brian Dozier is going to lead off for Minnesota. The first pitch is a strike. Seven 14-1 for the Rays. 7-8-1 for Minnesota. And that pitch is outside. 1-1. This one is popped up. It's Robertson making the catch. So one away here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
One big first out right there. Sergio Romo, always great to get the leadoff batter out, especially late in the game.
Romo got credit for 2/3 of an inning in the 8th, and now he gets the first man here in the 9th. And another pitching change coming for the Rays, brought to you by the Florida Lottery. We'll come into this game with 1 out and the bases empty in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, Andriese last pitched on Wednesday versus Detroit. Actually had 6 punch-outs that game. That's the most for him as a reliever, in a relief appearance, I should say. Been throwing the ball really well as of late. 53 punch-outs to 55 innings.
And he will face A-Ray Adrianza, who's in the game after Escobar was ejected. Adrianza looks at a strike. First at bat here today for Adrianza. And he's down in the count, 0-2. So Romo worked 1 inning, gave up a hit, no runs, struck out 1, walked 1. Now a ball, 2 strikes. And a one-hopper backhanded on the left side by Duffy, and a nice play. Duffy makes a nice play indeed to get Adrianza.
Boy, what a play by Matt Duffy here. It was a short hop. He has to backhand it. Here you see fastball outside corner. Perfect backhand, sets his feet, able to get a strong throw over to Crone. So good over on that left side.
He was the Lone Ranger over there with
He
that
was.
defensive deployment the Rays had for Adrianza. So a great job on that one. 2 gone. And here's Jorge Polanco. Pitch upstairs. An opening fastball. Polanco has scored a couple runs. He has a double and a walk today. Now 2 balls, no strikes. And it's 3-0. It's Max Kepler on deck. And ball 4. Polanco draws the walk. And here's Kepler. Now Polanco at first base. And Kepler has been troublesome for Andriese. He's 4 for 6 in his young career against Matt Andriese. 0 for 2 with a couple walks in this game. That pitch is down and in. And he's upstairs with a fastball. 6 straight he's missed with.
Yeah, struggling right now, and Matt Andriese finding that release point on the fastball. Seems like everything's a little bit more elevated than he's used to. A lot of times that's from rushing toward home plate, not staying over the balance point long enough, not allowing that backhand to travel and get on top of the pitch.
2-0 the count on Kepler. Now a strike. "22 hits in this game, 14 by the Rays, 8 by the Twins." Grossman on deck. And Reese got the first man he faced, walked the second man. Runner takes off, and the pitch down around the feet, and there's no throw as a result, and the count is 3-1. Polanco picks up his third stolen base. Now the Rays will go ahead and walk Kepler.
You just see Andres yank that fastball. Just a good look at it, not being able to get on top of that pitch. Ends up inside. Sucre having no chance of throwing the base runner out.
So Polanco's at second, Kepler at first, and the hitter is the DH, Robbie Grossman. Couple of hits today, and a run batted in. And the pitch is a strike. Nine Rays pitchers. Stanek was the opener today. He worked 2, and that's the longest any Rays pitcher's been in the game, 2 innings. The 0-1, and now it's 0-2.
Boy, great changeup right there from Andres. Seen a lot more of that pitch this year. Good depth to it. It's become a swing and miss pitch for him. You see him stay on top of this right here. You see the top to bottom movement on that. Very tough for a left-hander to pick that up.
And the break on that pitch varies depending on the angle of his release.
Absolutely. The hand position, really, if he's directly behind it, it'll be more of a top to bottom movement. If he's a little bit on the side, he'll go sweeping a little bit away from a left-hander.
And that pitch, fastball up and wide. Polanco at second. Jorge Polanco on for the 3rd time. Kepler was passed intentionally after the steal. And the 1-2 to Grossman. And now it's even at 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now you see Sucre shaking his head. Yes, that's a good pitch. That's a really good changeup, 1-2. I mean, you've already seen Grossman swing at one of those, so why not go back to the well? Here it is. Great job keeping that pitch down in the zone. See Sucre shaking his head. That's exactly what I wanted. Good pitch. That's what he's telling him. Yeah, give him a little wink too.
A 2-2 count. 2 men on with 2 men out, and a step back by Andres and by Grossman. Grossman 2 of 6 in his career against Matt. Two, and that's a little wide. See Sucre try to take that pitch a little closer to the corner.
And again,
Jake Cave on deck.
And again, going to that changeup, and I like the selection of the pitch for Andres. It looks like a good pitch so far today.
Grossman's laid off a couple of those. And the count is full.
You know, with me, I would be thinking right now, go back to that changeup or something off speed. 3-2 here with a man on second base.
Here it is, 3-2. Runners go, and the pitch is fouled back, and he went with a hard stop.
He did. That's interesting because he's been predominantly throwing that changeup to Grossman. A couple swings and misses on it, and here you go with a fastball elevated 95 up at the hands. Grossman not expecting that pitch either.
Again on 3-2. And a fly ball, foul ball headed toward the stands, and that will be out of play. Well, a couple of fastballs there. Now let's see what they do.
That's right. I mean, he set the changeup up perfectly because now you got a couple elevated fastballs, and with the way that his changeup's been breaking, you can throw it, start it right down the middle. It's going to look identical to that fastball, but then drop underneath the bat of Grossman.
Three-two pitch again. And he got him. He struck him out. Well, 2 men left, and we're headed into extra innings. Here's a look at the strikeout pitch. That great movement down. 7-7 ball game. Sponsor for extra inning. Rays in Minneapolis. And Andriese leaving a couple men on base, getting the strikeout of Grossman to end the 9th. And we go to the 10th. The Rays facing Alan Buznitz. And Danny Echeverria will lead off against him. Echeverria has been on twice and has scored 2 runs. He takes a ball. Buznitz came on in the 9th, gave up a walk, and then got a ground ball force play. And he's wide on that one. 2-0. Big cut and a miss on the fastball, and Echeverria trying to leave on that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pitch.
Trying to break up the tie. Sees a fastball that he likes and comes unglued right here.
Fouls this one back. Another fastball. That one up in the zone. And it's 2-2. Sucre will be next. And now ball 3 inside. The count is full. It's fouled out of play. Kuznets worked in relief Friday. 2/3 of an inning, gave up a couple of hits and a run. That's a foul ball toward the Twins dugout. Well, we've had lead changes back and forth. We've had the benches empty a couple times.
Yeah, we did.
Pleasantries exchanged.
Letting each other know they were in disagreement.
And now extra innings. And there's a leadoff walk. So Kuznets, who walked Gomez on 4 pitches in the 9th inning, goes the distance here. A full count plus a couple other pitches before he walked Echeverria. And it will get Jesus Sucre to the plate.
Well, having himself a game so far.
How about that?
3 for 4, a couple singles and a double
3
for
runs
the big
batted
guy.
in. And a big cut right there. Fastball, strike 1. There's the double back in the 8th inning to center field. Scored Duffy and Echeverria. Toward the deepest part of the ballpark. Make sure those 2 guys can score. And now a ball. 1-1. Well, the Rays at extra innings 5-4. The Twins are 3-6. We're in the top of the 10th with a runner aboard. And a throw to first on Echeverria. One. Gets lifted to the right side. Shallow right. Kepler's there and he makes the catch. That's 1 away. So 1 out. That will get the top of the order. Kevin Kiermaier. So Kiermaier 1 out of 5. He singled in a run in the 2nd inning when the Rays initially took the lead. His base hit made it 3-0 at the time. Echeverria, the base runner. Pitch is wide. McGill up in the bullpen. And another toss over there. Now the Rays and the Twins went 10 innings at the Trop back in April, and the Rays won that game 8-7. In the 10th inning here in Minneapolis today. Echeverria on the move, swing and a miss, and the throw faded, and Echeverria is in there with a steal. That's his first stolen base of the year.
Echeverria getting a great jump right here off of Buznitz. You'll see it perfectly timed on the jump. It was a curveball thrown by Buznitz, made it really hard for Garver to handle it and throw it down. Here you see not a great pitch for a catcher to be able to throw down to second. Whiffs on the tag. Nice job by Hetch getting in scoring position.
A 1-1 count now to Kiermaier. So the Rays have that runner in scoring position. And Kiermaier takes that one for a strike on the corner. Upstairs, mid-90s with the fastball. Daniel Robertson on deck. And a cut and a miss. Fastball up. Strikes out Kiermaier.
Buznitz sticking with the heat here. Here you'll see it. Mid-90s fastball up in the zone. Kiermaier not able to get on top for the second out of the inning.
So 2 gone, and Daniel Robertson will be the hitter. Robertson has a couple of runs scored. He was hit by a pitch in the 5th and scored, and then singled to open the 9th and scored. He scored the tying run. Takes ball 1 too low. And he checks that pitch upstairs. First delivery low, the second pitch too high. Echeverria, who walked, is on second base now. And that pitch is outside, 3-0. So he's been down and up, and that one wide away.
Yeah, just not consistent with that fastball anywhere, really. Very spotty right now with location.
And ball 4. He walks him on 4 pitches. We'll get Bowers to the plate, a left-handed bat. And Jake looking for his first hit of the day.
Well, it's a good time for it. Looking at Buznitz, he's been leaving some balls up, and we've seen Jake connect with a couple this series. Love to see that right now.
And he starts to go, but checks. That's a ball.
We're right here. Good time to sit on a fastball. Buznitz not wanting to go 2-0 to him.
And he swings, sends it into center field. Cave's going back, still on the run, and he gets there to make the catch as he got to the track. Bowers gave it a ride. Cave caught it. No runs, couple of walks, 2 left. We're tied 7-7. Well, the Rays and the Twins have mixed it up. That was back in the bottom of the 7th inning. Minnesota wound up scoring 4. Sucre in the 8th inning and a big 2-out double to chase home 2 to give the Rays the lead again. Rosario came back in the bottom of the 8th, driving in a run. That made it a 1-run deficit, and then the game tied up by Joey Wendell on that base hit in the 9th. That scored Daniel Robertson. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. It's a 1-0 count here to Jake Cave. Cave 0 for 3, was intentionally walked in the 8th and swings through this one. Chasing that pitch up. 1-1. Ground ball. That's going to be a base hit and head toward the corner. Gomez will have to track it down. Cave's in at second. Well, the Rays playing Cave the other way, and he crossed up the defense and doubles to begin the bottom of the 10th.
Well, hard hit ball right here by Cave, getting by Crone, and because of that shading from Gomez, be able to see it here, the defense right there. Gomez shading Cave up the middle. And then you see the base hit sneaking by Crone. Gomez trying to do his best to get to the ball, but obviously that hit leading to a double.
So an instant threat here in the bottom of the 10th on that leadoff double. Here's Mitch Garver. And the bunt is bunted foul. Garver 0 for 3, walked his first time. Faria trying to tighten up the lead by Cave out there at second base. And a throw back to second, and he is safe. Boy, that was close.
Wow, snap
Sucre
throw.
made a great throw.
Yeah, he did. You see the defensive skills of Sucre. Strong arm strength. Look at this. No wasted motion. Throws a strike down the hedge, second base. Cave barely getting back in there.
Montoyo says no. He got back in. And the bunt, third base side. Duffy will make the throw to first. Robertson on the coverage at first. Over to third goes Cave. So Garver moves the runner over.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what they do if they're going to walk Joe Mauer. It looks like they are.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they didn't.
Yep.
There's the intentional walk. They wave him down.
Yeah, and I think they're going to do the same with Rosario.
Yep.
And honestly, I agree with this move because you're talking about Joe Mauer, a guy who's really tough to punch out. And then with Rosario, he's the best hitter on this team at this point.
Yep, and you'll go righty on righty here with Dozier. Well, a couple of things here. As Kevin Cash heads to the mound. You're picking your poison. That leadoff double sets up a difficult situation.
Well, it looks like.
And
calling Joey Wendell into the meeting here.
Yeah, they may pull the outfield in and go with a couple of those because they're looking to put the percentages in their favor on a potential double play. But here's the thing about Dozier. Number one, he can be very patient up there, and number two, he tends to be a fly ball guy.
Right.
What the Rays really want is a double play.
They need something on the ground, or they need a punch out. Those are the two options that you really need if you're the Rays, and if you're Matt Andriese, that's what you're looking for.
And so they're going to have Wendell come in and be on the infield. They'll go with two outfielders, Kiermaier and Gomez. And Wendell is on the infield. 3 men on the left side, 2 on the right side, and they pull them up. Duffy, Echeverria, and Wendell left side of the infield. Robertson and Crone on the right side. Dozier at the plate. And a shot, look out. Line drive on that first pitch had Cave ducking at third base.
Well, had a little changeup to start Dozier out here. Obviously looking for the fastball, turns on the pitch. Almost taking his teammate out. Look at that. Watch yourself. Nice play by the ball boy. Left side.
Now the 0-1. And this one is in the dirt, and it's blocked by Sucre. Wow, how about that?
Boy,
what a day Sucre has had behind the plate and at the plate.
Yeah, this one looks like a slider. It's an off-speed pitch for sure. Sucre having to backhand this. Obviously not feeling great. Here it is, you'll see. He anticipates the ball in the dirt. With the sliding action, he's trying to move over to it, has to backhand it, and you see it caught him right on the back of the hand. Right? Pretty much the only place that's not protected.
A ball and a strike, the count. And a fly ball hit deep to left. That ball is going to get out of here and will end this game. A walk-off slam. Dodgers' 16th home run. And Minnesota will win this one in 10. 11-7.
Well, you see the changeup up in the zone just a little bit, and Dozier, like you said, likes to hit the ball up in the air, and this one able to launch to left field.
4th career walk-off home run for Dozier in the 10th inning. Here's the pitch, and there it goes.
Yep, knew it right off the bat. Changeup just got a little bit elevated on him. The second changeup, you saw that sequence. Sits back, rotates on it, knows it's out of here. A tough way to lose a game. That was so well